know that in 1961, Ambazonia was preparing for independence as a UN trust territory? But the UN organized a referendum with only two choices. 1, join Nigeria. 2, join La République du Cameroon. Independence was not an option. This violated UN Resolution 1514 on the right to self-determination, international law, and our fundamental human rights.
La République du Cameroon was already independent.
We were a separate territory with our own parliament in Buea, legal system which is common law,
and government officials, national identity.
People chose joining Cameroon only because independence wasn't offered. And they rejected marginalization under Nigeria. They were promised a federal system with autonomy. That federation never properly existed. Instead, La République du Cameroon moved troops in September 1961. Abolished the federation through fraud in 1972, imposed 65 years of occupation, oppression, and cultural genocide. We never consented to annexation. Our case for independence is not rebellion. It's restoration of our stolen rights. The truth cannot be buried forever. Justice delayed is not justice denied. Join us in the launch of the book, The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto, February 11, 8 p.m.
The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto.
In 2026, over 250 million children worldwide are still denied education.
Girls in rural communities walk hours just for a chance to learn. Education isn't a luxury, it's a human right.
Every child deserves a desk, a book, and a future. What are you doing to make that happen? When we invest in education, we break cycles of poverty. One classroom can change a generation. The Ambazonia Manifesto brings you the roadmap to providing every Southern Cameroon's child the best education.
Van dre she kavi womelim am shakti wanso adam ngwilan fena fo shakti vasen ikunsu yeji kinyoke moke dra klenglen ki moke dra keke wiya fo vasen manzi ye kun ya yongaji egofsi akinyoke je ke dra yeji awni bomane kinsan ki moki kanidi fo ma ivasen wayen kinsan ke shoy kidza ayam ikishike kimbanki yong yeji 11 of February avasin yong yeji vishi nchomo on igvam ingwewo kifi analan womsungnin van de vishi vitar ingwewo kifi kinsankin kedaba nayim yi ivasin ki yeji vasin sayi liwong wosen adishombi adadreyelia yibe ya kenke sinke si ma jaftin wuri nang sin benji nyofti fufu kiwa bonkiranja akiji before without fun alle ne mo wura mo on yivi nyovef yen yeji avsin sa yi kinyuke bensa eversen beef kisat arinke yelia anin kulebe niliki chikenwa isangsho kidebe ya ayong samo imam wa oshon kia din samo mo wa osani yadu achia vya ye angaye ayaye yadriyele ayaye yarka iwoni vosu yodri ayaye kinyoka moki woni ke yoda se one kivashi kekembanki win for vasinji who discovered the sea road to India about ke for 10 wo wanjun shikara shoko vashi vosu yaye woni adriye awan kui imaisilangwa uyun laba foba la yo kunyere laba ba o laba mami if idusho idukutensho du tongwan la sho So was in careful enough to be novin. A lady visa cabin, a visa cake and cabin ye adwadelia. I couldn't kill some wapita was in yatra. You're can you care do wapita? And in yata careful name bums in about Dr. Wakayao. Aye. Lam wong of us and bomb to what I know wapita, but karake, the karake doctor. Jo careful Kayao, Ileji, Sakoikawa. Ibawa leji bibaba visa debena asaya for other dreyelia. I will poor pita bonga ship walk lay for Wiroshoy. Boke for sanke fucking banki yonge report. Boke for sangwa for yonji win yiji ibo kaivan wadwa driye kayoshon do nasho. I was in ye now yo ye mwavakijung or ye shift kijung Iwiroshoy. Bob suddenly won to shock ke Kensa. And I imam for fencer, Kikun some more, a very bangers and ya care for other, move bangers and care for a ye, Iverson. More we tea roger, we chat to Irania, Mammy Irania bar, then Kidu Fiai. I do be a kera vina. All right, again, when I do the Mavengan Kijonga you, Kiven when Lord do. When crying you were before the Tinta Yeji loves you Akirai, before the baby carry the son, you won't was in it when I with a survey, I've a coidra. I'm okay careful to be up the Nansing Wonson. It would do be have Kikun Kesamonta Yad, Venta, as I asked other Drelia. You're the Gafaki will own him, Leon, you won't draw or coon in Tentingwa and they call we con. Aye, Kio Yad Wong. So what show it to be a yeji with you is Ashiyak in Yoke show before ACN TV Wayadin, a YouTube channel Vesenu Wayadin, a SCBC Yadin, a Yadra Kishika and Banki Yongji 11th of February. We told them now with Fondra with drum Yuring wa Oshon and I yibe Nka wa Oshon Saji Bini River Sanlam Yeji Kilo Fur. Mafura sangwa venbenji a biniranisa everson lambi for nta yeji lamto wada lam wo yafa I Ambazonia I ngwa wo kun wo yafa I lamto wada for benji madra sansang yeji akifendrale bomdra wa everson nakara kamoki there was some feye the shay kavi wo melim bawo Ambazonia feye bawo bui bedverson Bason kwa shi je ngwa oshon asadabena widi sa yuri iyo benji iyo mauni savun isalayo momyeji kinyokin kimachecher efsin ker womasan warfna sank fakasan illa movasan ken ayi vinyovasan evinyove gurovasan yongi Englishman yi show yo de shong we bidani imbiva yaunde so wira yo den politically conscious no ay yongi basan de widi havasan de j awayo wonre sani funini ben support ya woni bed basan feye.
This is the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, brought to you by the Ambazonian Governing Council. In the annals of human history, the struggle for freedom and self-determination has been a recurring theme, a testament to the indomitable spirit of oppressed peoples yearning to breathe the air of liberty after enduring decades of colonial rule, marginalization, oppression, and denial of their fundamental rights. The journey towards independence and self-determination is often arduous and flawed with challenges, but it is a path born out of unwavering desire for freedom, justice, and recognition. The Ambazonian struggle is not different. The struggle for the Ambazonian independence is deeply rooted in over a century of resistance against foreign domination and oppression. The Ambazonian Independent Manifesto, drafted by the Ambazonian Governing Council, articulates the historical and ongoing grievances of the Ambazonian people and lays out a comprehensive vision for their future. This document is a testament to the enduring spirit of the Ambazonian people who have long resisted various forms of colonial rule and oppression, from German colonization in the late 19th century to the present-day occupation by La République du Cameroon. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is divided into 3 parts. Part 1, What We Have Suffered. This section details the various forms of oppression and injustices inflicted upon the Ambazonian people by La République du Cameroon. It highlights the illegal occupation, political subjugation, economic exploitation, cultural assimilation, and human rights violations that have been perpetrated against Ambazonians. The historical context provided here underscores the legitimacy of the Ambazonian struggle for independence and self-determination. Part 2, Our Right to Life, Liberty, and Happiness. This section asserts the inherent rights of the Ambazonian people to freedom, sovereignty, and self-governance. It invokes international law and resolutions such as the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1514, which affirms the right of all peoples to self-determination. The declaration emphasizes that the Ambazonian people have a natural and inalienable right to establish their sovereign state free from the occupation and tyranny of La République du Cameroon. Part 3. The final section underlines the founding principles and the vision for an independent Ambazonia. It details the proposed system of governance, which is based on democratic traditionalism, republicanism and distributive federalism, and national unity. The manifesto envisions a society founded on the pillars of freedom, the rule of law, peace, and the just common good. It also includes a comprehensive charter of rights and freedoms, emphasizing the importance of education, healthcare, justice, and economic prosperity for all citizens. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is not merely a declaration of political intent. It is a profound expression of a people's historical experiences, cultural identity, and their unheeding resolve to reclaim their sovereignty. It speaks to the long-standing grievances stemming from colonization, marginalization, oppression, and the denial for their fundamental rights. Through its pages, the voices of the oppressed resonate, demanding acknowledgement and redress. It is a landmark document in this journey and a accumulation of years of peaceful protests, legal battles, the diplomatic efforts that have been met with indifferences, genocide, brutality, and disproportionate violence. It embodies the collective will and aspiration of the people of Ambazonia. The manifesto makes a compelling case for why the international community must recognize and support Ambazonians' quest for independence. It highlights the urgent need for diplomatic initiatives, humanitarian aid, and renewed focus on addressing the ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in the region. The Norwegian Refugee Council's recent report, which ranks Ambazonian's crisis as the second most neglected conflict in the world, underscores the dire need for international attention and intervention. The ongoing violence has displaced hundreds of thousands of people, disrupting education, and leads to several human rights abuses. Despite these challenges, the Ambazonian people have demonstrated remarkable resilience and have established self-governance structures in areas under their control. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, codenamed Sunlight, is a ray of hope for each Ambazonian. It is written in 3 parts. Part 1 deals with some of the atrocities Ambazonians have suffered in the hands of La République du Cameroon colonial rule. Part 2 exposes our right to a life of liberty or dignity and happiness in the land of our birth. Part 3 highlights the great vision for the best country in the world that we aspire to build. In all, it set forth the principles that guide our struggle, why we fight to be free, what we envisage to gain as a free people, and the strategies we will employ to attain our goals. In addition, it outlines our vision for a free and democratic Ambazonia, where the rights of every person are respected, and where justice, peace and happiness and prosperity reigns. This will not only correct the criminal and genocidal past, but will guarantee each citizen of Ambazonia inalienable individual, collective and community rights. Once you get a copy, you will know better and act right for us to realize this great vision as soon as possible. In presenting this preface, we honor the dedication and bravery of the authors who have given voice to a cause that transcends political boundaries. Their work is a testament to the power of collective action and the enduring quest for the freedom. It is our hope that this manifesto will inspire solidarity, provoke thoughtful discourse, and galvanize support for the Ambazonian struggle, ultimately leading to the realization of their long-cherished dream of independence. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is therefore a clarion call to all Ambazonians at home and in the diaspora to unite or at least collaborate in the historical struggle. It is a call to action, a call to perseverance, and a call to triumph over tyranny. Together we build a future where the children of Ambazonia can live in freedom and dignity, in a land they can proudly call their own. As the Ambazonian struggle enters a new phase, the Ambazonian Independent Manifesto serves as a roadmap for achieving a just and lasting peace. It calls on all stakeholders, including international human rights organizations, peace and conflict resolution experts and donor countries to support the Ambazonian people in their fight for freedom and justice. The manifesto is a powerful reminder that the quest for independence and self-determination is a fundamental human right, and it is a right that the people of Ambazonia are determined to realize. The international community has a moral duty to support the cause, as it aligns with the universal principles of human rights and self-determination enshrined in the international laws. We call upon nations and people of the world to stand with us in solidarity, to recognize our plight, and to support our legitimate aspiration for independence. In the spirit of liberty and justice, we present this manifesto to the world as a beacon of hope, a testament to our unheeding resolve. Let it be known that the flames of freedom burns brighter in the hearts of Ambazonians, and no force can extinguish our quest for independence. With profound respect and admiration, Jose Abang.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers of ACN TV all across the world, dear lovers of Ambazonia, you're welcome to this panel discussion, Economy and Finance of the New Ambazonia. Gentlemen, you are all welcome. For years, the conversation regarding Ambazonia has been dominated by the struggle for political identity, rights, and self-determination. We have discussed the politics of freedom tirelessly, but history teaches us a brutal lesson. Political independence without economic sovereignty is a house built on sand. With the Ambazonian Independence Manifesto, we are shifting the battle, we are shifting the narrative. We are moving from historic rhetoric to reality. I have in front of me the Ambazonian Independence Manifesto, in which enshrines the Ambazonian Economic Blueprint, AEBP. This is not just a wish list, it is a proposed 20 years horizon for the Ambazonian people. It attempts to answer the hard question, when the dust settles with currency, which currency will be in our pockets? Which currency will be in your pockets? How do we move from subsistence farming to food self-sufficiency? How do we rebuild infrastructure across every oblast? From the coast of the savannah to the shores of our land in Ambazonia. This document outlines 10 strategic pillars, a new microeconomic framework, and a vision for social justice. But paper acts, however well written, do not build bridges and they do not feed families. Execution does. This is a comprehensive blueprint covering every form of monopoly to regional development. As the host, my goal is to wave a narrative that moves from philosophical vision to the hard economic mechanics, and finally to execution and governance. I have a few targeted questions to the panelists to ensure a dynamic discussion. Here are the panelists. We have Ambazonia finance economic expert, Mr. Emmanuel Sapel, who will focus on viability, data, currency, and physical discipline. You are welcome, sir. We equally have with us a leadership visionary, a leadership strategist who will focus on leadership, human capital, governance, and social cohesion. To dissect this blueprint, we didn't just want any chair kind of leaders. We wanted architects. We have the financial expert to test it if the numbers add up. And we have the strategic leadership experts to tell us how to govern this transition without corruption eating it up alive. Our goal here today is simple. We are going to stress test this blueprint. We are going to ask uncomfortable questions, because if this is the roadmap to the future, we need to know if the road is paved. Dear die-hearted patriots of Ambazonia, gentlemen and gentlemen, you are welcome to this program. Dear viewers of ACN TV and other media platforms, this is your program. This is your program. grab a cup of mbu, grab a cup of palm wine, grab a cup of sha, grab a cup of nkang, or a glass of wine, wherever, and enjoy the program with me, your humble servant, Reverend John, the chairperson of the Ambazonia Manifesto Launch Commission. Thank you so much. I'll then usher in our honorable guest for this program, this economic blueprint for today, as I've earlier given you their expertise, our leadership strategists, and our finance and economic expert. I will start with our financial expert, the brain behind the economic blueprint. He will give us a synopsis of the Ambazonia blueprint, and then we will kickstart. Welcome, Mr. Emmanuel, to the show. Welcome to the Ambazonia blueprint presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, host and chairman. It is quite a pleasure and an honor to be in the presence of such luminaries, and I feel equally in debt to join you all on this platform as we introduce the economic blueprint that is part of the Ambazonian Independent Manifesto. I would like to thank my fellow panelists as well to have used this opportunity to join us to have this conversation, and I'm looking forward to the detailed discussions as we unveil the economic plan that will be part of the Independence Manifesto. And having said that, the manifesto as released and will subsequently be made public, either part of it in whole or in part, it begins with introduction with the philosophy, and then the philosophy that discusses the fact that this manifesto is going to be that the economic plan is going to be very people-centered, that we would focus on an economy that is productive, not extractive. It will be decentralized. It will be private sector driven and public interest regulated. And then equally, we are thinking about the environment and regionally integration. Now, the plan goes on to talk about the second part section of the plan talks about what will anchor the economy. And these elements of the anchor of the economy, there were 10 of them that we identify, being the currency and the monetary policy. The plan talks about the fiscal policy. And then we go on to talk about the industrialization and the manufacturing capacity of the nation, the natural resources and governing principles, human capital development. The plan will further elaborate on the infrastructure and connectivity of the various states, entrepreneurship, development. The plan focuses equally, another pillar of it, which we equally talked about, was the trade, regional, global integration. And then gender equality will be fostered with a lot of regard and emphasis towards getting women participation in the economy. Obviously, in this day and age, you cannot talk about anything without the involvement of the climate. And finally, the 10th pillar of the plan will be the engagement of the diaspora. Now, the plan moves on to the execution phase, where it goes on to the details. It identifies the various individual regions of the state and how each of the focus will be for every state within the economic of Ambazonia. And then finally, it identified the various resources and looking at a balanced development for the entire state and region as a whole. At this point, I will let my co-panelists also chime in before we go into the details.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you for that elaborate synopsis of the blueprint of the economic blueprint of Ambazonia. Before we get into, before I come to you, our strategists, our leadership strategists, let me just clarify the Ambazonian people. Why the manifesto? The manifesto clarifies our vision. You know, the vision of a people, because it shifts our focus from what we have been fighting for, what we've been fighting against, you know, to what we are looking forward to. We are looking forward to a nation, and then it tweaks the narrative from the press, because the press, you know, had this narrative. Oh, we are not united. We will be like South Sudan, and so this manifesto, you know, shifts the focus and tells the press that we are a united people, because this manifesto is a unifying factor. Just like the flag, just like the anthem, it is one of those tools that unify our people. All revolutionary groups, irrespective, they use the flag, they use the anthem. And so this is another tool, the manifesto, that it cuts across, political divides. So it clarifies our vision. And then to the international community, it gives a clear vision to the international community that they should focus on the nation and not on the divides because, you know, international communities and international actors, they focus more on our divide rather than focusing on the nation. And so number two, it unifies all the movements. Like I said, this is a tool. It's a unifying tool. Number three, it spells out the Bill of Rights, the rights of Ambazonian, the rights of each Ambazonian, you know, to have all rights to education, to all the rights that we know. And fourthly, it is an international appeal to the international community that we are ready to govern this nation. And the fifth, the last one, is the legitimization of governance. We are telling the world that we are ready for governance, because this manifesto explains how we are going to govern Ambazonia and all the aspects of governance. That is why we have the economic blueprint. And so we'll be coming to you with other departments that govern the lives of the people of Ambazonia. Back to you, our leadership strategist. The blueprint opens with a core economic philosophy in section 1. That's a question I'm asking you. We often hear about political independence, but economic independence requires a shift in mindset. From the strategic leadership perspective, does this philosophy sufficiently move us away from the current centralized command structure to a truly liberated market economy? And are the people ready for this shift? Over to you, our leadership strategist.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the Ambazonia Manifesto Commission, and thank you very much, the chair of the Ambazonia Economic Council. I'm very delighted to be among great people to participate in these discussions for today. Chairman, our history itself, the history of the Ambazonian people, is a testament of what Ambazonia is going to be. The culture we inherited, the foundation of who we are. It's a testament to what the Ambazonian people should expect. Between 1954, when our forefathers left the Eastern House, to 1961, in a period of 7 years, the development in Ambazonia was 3-4 times that of La République du Cameroon. Within 7 years, when our forefathers left the Eastern House and set up self-governance structure in Ambazonia, within 7 years. The development within the Ambazonian society was 2 times, 3 times, 4 times more than the development in La République du Cameroon. So this is the history we inherited. This is a foundation we inherited. A foundation of visionary people. A foundation of people that work based on structures, based on research, based on plans. We're a culture of hard-working people. We are not a dependent culture. We've never begged for food. So we have everything it takes. La République has destroyed our society, destroyed our institutions. But what they did not destroy is the spirit of the Ambazonian people. What they didn't destroy is our capacity, our human, our intellectual, our moral capacity, our capacity to create, to reinvent that La République did not destroy. And as long as we have these capacities, there is nothing else Ambazonians cannot create, cannot have, cannot be, cannot do. We, the Ambazonian people, with the Ambazonian Independence Manifesto, with the economic blueprint that is now being presented to us, we have everything it takes to develop more than Singapore. In our economic blueprint, the security of our people, the stabilization phase within the first 2 years will focus on the protection of the Ambazonian people, the policing of the Ambazonian people, the stabilization of Ambazonian society. Progress, development, investments follow stability. Where there is no stability, there's no investment. Nobody make investments in chaotic environment, in insecure environments. So part of our economic plan, you cannot develop a society where people don't feel safe. So part of that is that the Ambazonia Governing Council, based on our manifesto, based on the economic blueprint, we will start by keeping the Ambazonian people, the Ambazonian state, the Ambazonian communities, Ambazonian towns, Ambazonian cities safe. Peace, security, and stability. The intelligence system that will make sure our policing are proactive, gather intelligence, make sure they disrupt before anything else. Once we have this infrastructure, the security infrastructure lays the foundation of a great state, because development always follows stability. Before any other economic plan, we start with keeping the Ambazonian people safe. Once we do that, we move to the state of building Ambazonian institutions, the governance institutions, taxation institutions, the institutions for revenue collection, the institutions to implement this vision, to implement our economic policies, to implement our social policy, educational policy, foreign policies, the policies of governance. I look forward to a very constructive, a very interesting, a very passionate conversation. Let me just give those that are watching, let me just give you a forecast. Based on the economic model that the Economic Council has presented, the growth within the first 2 years of independence will be between 3 to 4% in our GDP. Think about it. Within 2 years of Ambazonian independence, the economic growth in terms of GDP will be between 3 to 4%. within the first 5 years, Ambazonia will leave La Republique in the dust. Over to you, Chairman.
That is excellent. That is excellent. Our financial and economic experts, do you confirm that economic independence requires a shift of mindset? If yes, the question is, are our people ready? Because if we look at the mind shift in Burkina Faso, it is that mind shift that gave, the people, when you look at what is happening in Burkina Faso, the people have, their minds have shifted. In your own view, our economic expert, Mr. Manuel, what are we ready? Ambazonians ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the answer to that question is a yes. Yes, in that we have a history that we've done this before, and Ambazonia can do it again. It requires some of the strategy that has been laid down in this economic vision. One of the things that the spokesperson said earlier on was the fact that you cannot operate an economy in an unsecured environment. That the first things that are going to be implemented will be strategies that will call for the security and safety of Ambazonians. The plan that we have in place that the National Economic Council is suggesting or proposes as part of the Independent Manifesto calls for not just the safety, but for rules, the legal framework that is set in place. Ambazonia is fortunate that we already have a legal system that generally works, even though it needs a little bit of further tweaking. The legal framework, the right policies that are put in place, including economic integration within states, the functioning of the state, not just as an individual state, but equally partnerships with various other countries. All of these would create an environment for which the Ambazonian people can adequately function. Now you cannot have a state where the people are equally not well versed in terms of education. So the plan calls for, which is further going to be implemented by the educational team, the educational department. The plan calls for building capacity, the capacity both technical and scientific, and we are talking about facing the digital environment, the digital future that is coming up. So the plan calls for preparing the citizens of Ambazonia as well towards facing that future. The plan, in its full execution, equally calls for the partnership in terms of technologies of the future, bringing it in place, and with that education of Ambazonians and with the right political and legal environment executing this plan. Now, I would end with this other part of the plan. The government or the state is there to create the right environment for business to function and flourish. Ambazonia will not be able to function in an environment as we've seen the case where La Republique and its overwhelming state security apparatus that has hindered the growth of Ambazonians. So with a new environment, with a new state apparatus creating the right economic platform, this includes maybe building transportation, this includes building educational facilities, health facilities, and all of this. That with the creation of that environment and security environment, then it will then create a pace for Ambazonians that are very highly endowed to begin putting in businesses in place. And that also falls within the foreign strategy of having foreign direct investment into Ambazonia. So we see that Ambazonia will be ready, and as the spokesperson said, ready within the first 5 years to generate an economic growth that surpasses a lot of its peers in the region and internationally. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well. These are experts. Let's move to section 2 of our blueprint. On section 2, yeah, you have something to add?
I wanted to add something to what the chair of the Economic
Okay,
Council has said.
go ahead, Stokes.
It's extremely important before we move to section 2.
Good. Okay.
Remember the reason we are fighting. We're not just fighting to liberate Ambazonia. We're fighting to end the system that has destroyed our people's capacity and what has also destroyed La Republique itself.
Yes, sir.
And that's leadership. The liberation struggle has taught the Ambazonian people the importance of effective, committed leadership. A leadership that responds to the needs, the aspirations, the hopes, the dreams of the people. A leadership that is service-oriented leadership. Leaders wants to govern and are elected based on their character and their commitment to the development of the people. Leaders that are not seeking to be politicians or to take public responsibilities to enrich themselves. So the Ambazonia that we are creating is an Ambazonia where leaders are there to contribute to the development of our people, to the development of the state, to the growth of our people, to improve the quality of their lives, to give them better health, better education system. This is the importance of the Ambazonia Manifesto, the importance of the economic blueprint, the importance of why we're fighting, to purify ourselves, get ourselves to this place where we can become more responsible as a people, not just people that have, we want just freedom. Freedom to do what? You want independence. Independence to do what? You want liberty. Liberty to do what? To live that full life. All the instruments of the state, the responsibility of leadership, of the Ambazonia Governing Council, of the IGK, the coming together of these leaders, the bringing together all Ambazonia movements to create a leadership that is people and service focused and oriented for the development of the Ambazonian people. This is what we are talking about. We can talk about all these economic models, but if at the core of it, the character of the state will be a reflection of the character of the people. So centrally, this is why today we are in a liberation war to cast out these people that are destroying who we are, these puppets, these enablers, and to let the Ambazonian people, the spirit, the creativity, the innovative nature of the Ambazonian people to rise so that we can be able to take these dreams, these visions, these policies, these ideas, and translate them into economic miracle for the development, the prosperity, and the wealth of the Ambazonian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's the work of a strategist, economic strategist, political strategist that you are. Let's move into section 2 of our blueprint. Economic and financial expert. This is directed to you. Section 2 on the macro economic framework outlines the creation of a new currency and a monetary policy. This is arguably the most dangerous phase for many new entities, new nations. What are the specific safeguards in this blueprint to prevent hyperinflation or currency collapse in the first 5 years that you made allusion to just a while ago? And how do we gain international trust for a new Ambazonia currency? Over to you, Mr. Manuel.
That is a good question, host. The economy cannot generally function without necessarily making reference to the politics. But the politics, generally, it's open for discussions and debate in the formulation of the right framework to allow the economy to function. So that would be open for discussion. Now, what this plan envisages is an economic system in which it calls for the partition of the Ambazonian state into 4 different regions. We would recall, for those of you that can remember, Ambazonia used to be under the British, divided into 3 different divisions. You had the Bamenda division, you had the Kumba division, and finally you had the Manfe division. As you all know, Manfe was a very, as an economic capital. There was a lot of economic activities that were happening around the Manfe division. This plan calls for the politics to have conversations around the division of the state into 4 different regions, and that could include the mountain state, the central state, the savannah state, and the Atlantic state. What it also envisages is that when we talk about the Atlantic state, for example, if you look at where the capital is currently located, it is very close to the Atlantic Ocean, very close to an area which is prone to volcanic eruptions. We make the case in the economic plan that there should be like the capital of Nigeria did, the movement from Lagos to Abuja, where it is moved to a different location. That is also to be discussed. But Boya then will become the Silicon Valley of for education, for research, for development, and when I say development, proposals for different research outcome for the implementation of the entire strategy for Ambazonia. We envisage a situation where Bamenda, under the Savannah state, would then become the financial capital of the state. We envisage a situation, we can talk about the details when I say financial capital, where the stock exchange will be located, where banking, investment, almost like Hong Kong. When you look at the way that China is also carved out, if you look at the province of Shenzhen, that is where a lot of the technical knowledge, technology, and new digital proposals come out. So we envisage that.
Just like Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, thank you. We envisage that would be the situation with Boya. And then coming down to Limbe and down to Kumba, we envisage with this economic plan that we would have what we might call the economic capital of the state. It is attached due to several other economic benefits. It is attached to the Atlantic Ocean. It is easy for shipping. It has the right climate. It has the right infrastructure that can be implemented for that. And then moving towards Mbengwi. So what we look at after that division, in order not to take time to go into the execution phase of this plan, we look at balanced development. And going back to your question, we envisage a country where each and every individual, anchored properly, will have the right and with the right environment, has the proper tools in order to do business. And if it is properly supported by the politics, then we would have the right atmosphere for which even foreign direct investment, foreign investors, and other foreign governments can look into doing business with Ambazonia. I hope that it's addressing your question.
Great. My strategist, how do we gain international trust for our new Ambazonian currency? How do we gain international trust, to support the new Ambazonian currency we started something already. We are working on something already. We have our Amba coin. We have all of that which is in place. We have the Amba already. The Amba is already being resounded in the corridors and so on. So let the Ambazonian people know, how are we going to gain trust with the new Ambazonian currency.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to connect the dots on that.
Let me let the chair of the Economic Council respond to that question. In 2017, I think in 2017 or 2018, the chair of the Economic Council drove almost 9 hours in the middle of winter and came through the Canadian borders, and we had an interview about Amba coin. I remember that conversation vividly. So we have these things that have already been designed years and years ago. The basis of Ambazonia economy and finance, whether it's digital economy or physical economy, those structures have been worked on. The political recognition of Ambazonia will be the springboard where you see these ideas you've been talking about. You see these ideas now flourish. So we've had that discussion, but let me leave the expert to talk about it, and then I will chime in with the kind of leadership that is compelling and attractive enough to be able to attract the international community to want to do business with what we have. And we have a lot to offer. So
the question is coming. That question is coming. Yes, it's coming, my leader. Yes. Take it over, my financial expert.
Very good question. I'm sorry, in trying to connect the dots, I missed my train of thought. So you asked a very good question, and I want to thank I'm surprised that the spokesman still remembers this. In the middle of winter, we also went to Niagara Falls, and it was very cold.
I still have those pictures.
I'm so glad he was very available enough and very hospitable to host me. And at the time, initially, we had not even met before. We made calls, and then I drove over there, met him. He was very generous and very gracious. Thank you for that. So initially at Independence, we envisaged.
Yeah, let me highlight the question again. In the first 5 years, how do we prevent hyperinflation and currency collapse? And how do we gain international trust with the new currency? Go ahead.
Thank you. So at Independence, at the first 1 to 5 years, we envisage a situation, a possibility, because currently Ambazonians use the CFA franc. So we envisage a situation where they would continue to use that CFA franc. Now, a lot of Ambazonians have been trading with our brothers across the river state in Biafra. And over there is equally the use of the Naira. So a discussion would be in play as to which of these currencies that we can temporarily continue to do business in. A lot of the activities that we do in Ambazonia can possibly work on the Naira. The reason for which it can work on the Naira is because we have the same, very similar economy. If we take, for example, with the CFA, activities of the economy that happen in Europe that use it, because the CFA is pegged to the euro, activities that happen within the eurozone tend to impact the CFA, and the CFA therefore impacts the way that we do business in Ambazonia. Meanwhile, we are not in the eurozone. So there is a potential that we would have to peg a currency. We would have to begin the use of the Naira first, because it's a currency that easily reflects our economic situation. And over time, but this might not be politically very sound, but over time we would work with that with the politics at the right time. But over time we would have to introduce the currency of Ambazonia and through the Ambazonia Bank, central bank itself. Currently, like the spokesperson said, we have already developed a currency of Ambazonia. If I were prepared, I'll show you the template of it. Yes, I think that's the template of it that is on on the screen. So with the currency of Ambazonia already exists, and we have a digital form reflected by Amba coin that equally exists of that currency. So it'll be easy for us to manage the monetary policy of Ambazonia through the use of both the physical currency, the fiat currency, and the digital version of that currency. Because we are building a digital and a state, we would encourage the use of the digital currency, which is the backup version of the physical currency. What is equally going to happen is, because we envisage recently, if you see what happened in Iran, where there was a purchase of the Iranian currency and a sudden liquidation of the Iranian currency that created almost of a devaluation of the Iranian currency that caused the recent protests, but that which was politically motivated in order to avoid those situations. And because that led to the devaluation, and it could also lead to inflation, we have a scenario where we would therefore manage the Ambazonian currency through the digital version, and the digital version allows us to be able to inject funds into the economy, or buy back the funds from the economy in order to create the stability of the currency itself. There are various other instruments that are available to the central bank in order to help manage the inflation rate or the stability of that currency. We had looked to pegging our currency towards another very stable currency, but there is currently a debate within the Ambazonia Treasury to allow us to float that currency when as needed in order to stabilize the economy. So I would say that we are fully prepared for those scenarios to generate investor confidence, to generate international confidence, because this has been done before, whether it is South Sudan or it is any other recently permitted state like Somaliland. Thank you.
Wonderful. As a follow-up, has the Amba coin, because has the Amba coin been listed on the list of currencies, digital currencies? Where are we at with the digital currency? Just in details.
Yeah, with the digital currency, we had it listed on Ethereum and also on crypto platforms. But we realized that as the currency of the state, it was going to fluctuate very significantly, and we did not want a currency of a state that will fluctuate too much as to not allow for investor confidence. So what we ended up doing was to restrict trading of that currency, and right now the currency is just sitting, allowing for the right time for us to push it into the system. So at this point in time, it is not the right time, because we do not want a currency that will fluctuate and not really create for investor confidence. We want a currency that is more stable, that will be pegged to probably the US dollars at a certain exchange rate. When the US dollars would fluctuate, it would also fluctuate, but at the same time would allow us the currency to float relative to other currencies that will become our trading partners, including both. I mean, if we think about it, there is currently the discussion around the fact that the African population is still generally very young. By 2050, we would have a population of 2.5 billion people. So just within our trading region, that is a huge market for Ambazonia to tap into, so to work with.
Great. Strategists, you want to add something to the confidence that our currency will generate, and to the digital world, because every nation is almost going. America is creating its own digital currency, and every nation is almost going creating its own digital currency. Would you like to add something on that? how we're going to get that confidence, international confidence, to back our currency. Over to you, sir.
The international confidence, as you already know, in the business world, come from the political system that you set up. That's the political system, the business climate that you set up. If the laws and the institutions, if you have a country that is highly corrupted, you have ineffective institutions where investors' confidence is very low, then obviously you will face such situations. Where if you create a situation where people trust the institutions, someone bringing $10 million from the United States know that if they invest their money in Ambazonia, they don't have to go through a series of rigid bureaucratic institutions where you're bringing in 10 million United States dollars, you have to pay bribe of 5 million for you to be able to, So by the time you invest the money, you already lost 50% of your capital. So the kind of system we will build is a corruption-free system, so that which create an environment that is very favorable to business, and we make the process of starting a business to be very streamlined, where within 2-3 hours somebody can be able to set up a company. Where right now you go to La République du Cameroon, sometimes you can go there and spend 2 to 3 months. You don't even have a business registered. So part of building that confidence is the type of business environment. First, a stable political environment, an attractive, conducive, peaceful, stable environment with sound institutions where getting a business to start, access to capital. Once you have those, you have the foundation set up. Now you create investors' confidence, as the chairman has already stated. So once we have this, the most important thing, chairman, it's not the idealistic principles. It's putting the building blocks of an effective state in place. This is what the manifesto is. This is what the economic blueprint is about. It's putting those key foundational structures in place. You have that, you create business confidence like none other. If you look at the CEMAG region, is there any state in CEMAG region that is stable? La République is not stable. Gabon is not. Congo is not. Equatorial Guinea is not. If you go up, Chad is not. Go on the other side to Nigeria and Biafra, they are not stable. So if you look at the overall environment, there is so much instability. This is why it's critical for Ambazonia to get it right. And that's why we have a blueprint. That's why we have an economic philosophy and a foundation, research properly done, that will help us to put in the infrastructure, the institutions. You will get everything right, then we'll become the Singapore. Singapore have done it. Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore did it. They were also colonized. They've gone through what we are going through right now. So if others can do it, we can do it too. We've proven that in the 50s and the 60s. So not to talk about a generation now that it's me and you and the chairman, and you have 2 million Ambazonians that are out here with first world and first class education and talent and skill. You have a highly educated population. So all we need, we already have the ingredients. We have the ingredients already. We have the ingredients in this. And that's why we are going to dominate the region and become the economic miracle in that region and take over the entire region.
Thank you so much. A leading question to our fiscal policy, to both of you. Our fiscal, because the document, the blueprint talks of the blueprint of our fiscal policy. It talks of the documents and the tax structure. How do we balance the urgent need for state revenue to fund these 10 pillars? You know, the blueprint is a 10-pillar blueprint, without suffocating the small and medium enterprises and the youthful economy, because like we are saying, in the first 5 years, before the first 5 years, we are just a young economy. So how do we not suffocate this SMEs and the young economy before they are even get started? Is the tax system proposed realistic? Is it realistic? How are we going to get this money to get to do these miracles that you're making us, jump out of our seats? You're making our viewers to jump out of our seats with a wow. How do we get this money to finance these 10 pillars without suffocating small and medium-sized enterprises and the young economy? Over to you, our financial expert, Mr. Emmanuel.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to begin with a personal opinion first that dwells on the politics, because that will be negotiable, and then we'll come back to the fiscal policy mechanism or architecture that the plan calls for. The politics being that one of the things that we had a conversation on, it's about what kind of a political system or structure does Ambazonia want to have. The spokesperson did allude to the fact that there is a lot of instability that is happening within a lot of these other countries that surround Ambazonia, and because of that instability, economic development cannot steadily flourish, and investor confidence is slightly down because a lot of people would not want to put their money where there is instability, both security-wise and economic-wise. Now, the politics, the conversation that we've had suggests that one of the reasons that is causing that is you have presidents of countries that do not have an independent do not make policy that is independent of themselves, that they receive they are so heavily influenced by foreign instructions. So we talked about a political system and structure which might be parliamentary democracy, which means that our parliamentarians will be elected, and through that system a prime minister is put in place, and with that prime minister, there is another structure like what China has with the Communist Party, or what Iran has with the Council of Elders. What that council beyond the politicians tend to do is to basically act as checks and balances with the political power. Political power, in this case, the prime minister or the president. So you cannot have a situation where foreign conversations are had with the president, and the president goes on to implement strategy that is basically not in the interest of the population, in this case not in the interest of Ambazonia. So that is mitigated, or those checks and balances, the veto powers come with the council members that will then be elected from the various states or regions. Now, don't want to dwell so much on that, but want to make the point that the strength of that then creates for the fiscal policy that is implemented or executed, whereby we have a progressive tax structure. In a system where politicians can easily be influenced, you can have billionaires on one location while you have individuals that are not able to put food on the table. But when you have a tax structure that is progressive in nature, because it is debated by councils that are over the politicians to make sure that veto powers are exercised that are in the national interest of the country, in which case a progressive tax structure then allows for those who make more to pay more, and those who make less to pay less based on their income that they make. And the income that is then generated through that avenue then creates the background for which the investment takes place. Now, with the progressive tax structure, we have to equally be careful. It's not a system of just taxing people that make more. It's a system that allows for the fact that if you make more and are willing to invest that more in different productive ventures that allow for the employment of more Ambazonians, then basically with that investment, then you're not taxed more. Sorry, I'm starting to get get so much into the execution phase. But that is at least the philosophy within that. These tax systems cannot function, or these revenue generated systems cannot function very well without the fight against corruption. So corruption has to be, there has to be zero tolerance for any form of corruption. And the politics cannot protect politicians that are involved in such actions. So one of the problems that a lot of these countries that the spokes mentioned was the fact that there is money, but those funds are used in places or used in manners that are not beneficial to the people or beneficial to the development of the country. So with zero tolerance actions that are in place, it will lead to additional revenue that is generated. That's one of the advantages that you did mention at the beginning of this conversation that Burkina Faso with Ibrahim Traoré have, that they have been fighting corruption that has allowed for the generation of additional revenue that goes into towards the funding of these activities. Now, fiscal policy, we can talk about leveraging, that is to say, borrowing. We have to be very strategic in the manner in which Ambazonia borrows. That is to say that there is a cap on how much can be borrowed based on the GDP that is produced, how much can be borrowed, and there has to be a conversation on exactly how the amount of money that is borrowed is repaid. Let's take, for example, if you are a small business owner, you go to the bank to borrow, you have to show exactly how you intend to make those payments. This implies that when I say strategic in our borrowing mechanism, a lot of times borrowing from the IMF and borrowing from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, there are strings attached. So strategic in borrowing in terms of the fact that there could be like bilateral borrowing, but lending between, say, countries without going through some of those international institutions that tend to create a trap for a lot of the countries. That would be one way. There could be also borrowing from funded internally, which implies that we in Amazonia issue bonds, and both short-term and long-term for the generation of the funds that they need. There could be borrowing internationally from other private big investment houses. That is not necessarily through the IMF or the World Bank, which comes with strings, as easily noted. And in every case, each of these should be in a productive, because you can't borrow and spend. If you borrow and spend in activities that are not revenue generated for the economy, then basically it's like taking the money and burying it in. So we have to be very, I'm trying to not go into so much detail. So we have to be very careful the way that these things are done. Now, another form of it could be investment by the state in terms of, through its monetary policy, it can print money. The problem with just printing money is that it creates for inflation. But inflation only tends to happen if it is not matched by economic activity. So if you print money that is not aligned with economic activity, then it creates for inflation. But if it aligns with economic activity, those are some of the things that these foreign states do not make known to us. That basically, what FDR was the president of the U.S. that ruled around the 1930s time frame. What they did at the time, with a lot of coming from a huge recession, was the construction of roads, where funds are printed and individuals are put to work towards building the interstate highway. So we could look into such formats as well. There's a lot of construction work that has to be done in Amazonia, whether it is infrastructure as in buildings, or it is infrastructure as in the road network, hospitals, schools, and libraries. So I hope that answers without going into so much details, hope that answers the question around the fiscal policy and the revenue generation mechanism and strategy for the Ambazonian state.
You hit it on point, very on point. From my financial knowledge, America just prints money. Do we not have enough resources to print money so that this money can be backed by resources? and then we go ahead to do to encourage the engines of growth, which you mentioned: the road construction, the agri-industry, the industries, the energy sector, telecommunication, and all of that. Like you said, we can just print money. Look at our resources. Print the money. It's backed by resources. What is your expertise knowledge on this, Mr. Emmanuel? I'll get to you, Spokes.
No worries, please. Let Comrade Emmanuel answer those questions, and I'll make an addition to it.
Good. All right.
Thank you, Spokes, and thanks for that question. Printing money backed by resources can easily create inflation. So there are many mechanisms for which Ambazonia can manage that inflation to make sure that when such tools are used towards managing its monetary policy, it doesn't create a system for which its currency suddenly loses value. Now, one of the ways that has been the case has been the exploration of those resources to match the value of the funds that are printed, towards which this goes towards managing our balances of payment, whether it is balance of payment deficit or balance of payment surplus. Bear with me if I go into a little bit more details, but I'll try to keep it very briefly, meaning that the way that states will manage such affairs is that I borrow money from a state, I do not pay to that state cash. There is a balance sheet that is maintained by, there are international institutions that manage the balance sheets of states. So I ship goods and services across boundaries. Those goods historically they were paid in dollars. Now you're having a lot of states use the yuan and even the Russian rubles in making those payments. And the payments themselves, the cash themselves, do not change hands. It's just a balance sheet entries that happen within those international institutions. So the shipment of those goods and services help then to bring. So if you do not have goods that you're shipping or you're trading in back and forth, and the printing of those funds happen, then it will cause a lot of significant inflation. The way that the U.S. has been able to get away with it is because it also acts as the dollar also acts as a reserve currency, and as a reserve currency being used internationally in many other countries for settlement purposes, it equally plays into the role of balancing the U.S. dollars. So we have to strike the balance between a foreign exchange, balance of payment deficit and balance of payment surplus, and also balance of trade deficit and balance of trade surplus. So in managing that, it will give us an idea as to how much of this currency that can be printed to support the economic activity without creating for an inflationary scenario or situation.
Brilliant. Over to you, strategists. Give us the strategic reasoning of leadership to govern this financial structure, this tax policy, this tax structure in our physical policy of the Ambazonia Blueprint. Over to you, sir.
We are coming we're currently living in a state with extremely high taxes. If you look at the taxation rate in La République du Cameroon, it scares investors, right? Compared to most other parts of the globe, it scares investors. Now, also in La République, you don't even know when even though there is a clear policy in which of the tax rate, but is that what they do in La République? When the tax officers come around to collect taxes, do they go according to the tax rate? No. They look at the structure of your business, and someone look at the structure of the business and just determine how much taxes you have to pay. All right? So what we're talking about here is a structured state governed under a system of law where we make sure that our tax system is fair, is competitive, it's attractive to investors. Investors' confidence is critical. There are 2 million Ambazonians or more in the diaspora. There is a lot of money post-independence that will be flowing. So, as the chairman has said, through the transition government, that will determine what tax rate we will be using or introducing to the public, which obviously has to be very business friendly for us to attract capital. So that's the first thing we have to be talking about here. How do we attract capital? By putting in place a tax rate that businesses feel comfortable to pay, to bring their money in, to invest. Secondly, Ambazonia is endowed with abundance of natural resources that will help to kickstart the economy. You have a young, vibrant population that is educated and hardworking, ready to be trained, to be retrained, to be retooled. So when you combine a lot of these things, a right fiscal policy, a right tax rate, you have an conducive business climate based on the stability of governance we've created in Ambazonia. You have a highly educated society. You have an influential, vibrant, wealthy diaspora population. You have created a foundation for explosive economic growth. Right fiscal policy, which keep inflation down, will create a lot of wealth and abundance for the Ambazonian people. And I really look forward that I don't think one episode of this program is enough to talk about this thing. I think we have more of such discussions with the Ambazonian people, get the Ambazonian people involved, get the chairman, get other Ambazonians involved. This is not even a conversation I'm even supposed to be in this panel, because this is a conversation in which we need more.
No, sir. You have your place. You are a leadership strategist, because you bring in the leadership strategical part of it. The technical and the strategy go together. Thank you.
Yeah. What I mean is, Ambazonia has a lot of brilliant people, like Comrade Sapel, where in such discussions, I'm not discounting myself, in such discussions, we need more people like him that are out there, that are in the finance, that are in business, that are in economy, that are leaders of industries for these discussions, so that we have such robust and interesting interaction. So, chairman of the commission, I think schedule something like this so that we can bring more. If we can have 3 or 4 of Comrade Sapel, and get Ambazonia to start to feel the future that we're about to create, the future that we're about to unleash, so that he's not the only one talking, so that there should be 3 or 4 of him talking in one panel discussion, so that we can, because what we are doing here is to showcase to the world, not only to the Ambazonian people, what we're about to create. And so this is great. I can't thank both of you enough.
Great. We can't go without touching on this question. Our time is fast spent, very fast spent. And following what I have in front of me, for you guys is we can go on and on for the next 5 hours to get our people tuned in, to get our people, to get into sync with what we envisage for what we've been fighting for the past 10 years, or for the past 61 years, 63, 64 years down the line. That's what we've been fighting for, because this is our fight. It did not start in 20 in 2016. It started in 1961 when our fathers went to the Queen to say, hey, you gave us only 2 options. We need the 3rd option. Give us an option to be independent. So the fight began in 1961, and it has been on till now. We are still talking about it. And so this blueprint opens up the minds of Amazonians to know, like I'm saying to our people, if you don't know what you value, what you are, what you possess, if you don't know your value, you know, people will misuse you. People will misuse you. People will come and take hold of you and capture you. And so this, we are opening up, you know, Ambazonia to the common man to be able to understand the value that they're sitting on, so that they know how to protect it. Let's get to the business before we wrap it up. Closing statement. We have just 15 to 20 minutes before we go. Let's focus on the natural resources and energy. Many African countries, African nations, suffer from resource curse. You know, we have resources, like what I was just saying now. We have resources, but we are cursed. They suffer from resource curse. Does this blueprint provide a robust enough framework, perhaps a sovereign wealth fund model, to ensure oil and mineral revenues are actually reinvested into infrastructure, like it's in one of our pillars, one of the 10 pillars, pillar 5, rather than vanishing into private pockets? Let me start with our leadership strategies. Then the technical man will give us the other side. Let me hear you.
I'll make a quick statement, and then I'll hand it over to the chairman. Then I'll come back to wrap it up.
Yeah.
In La République today, less than 50% of the population after 65 years of independence.
5 years, yeah, 65 years.
After 65 years of independence.
65, yeah, 65, that's correct.
Less than 50% of the population have access to electricity. And that access to electricity is unstable. Even Yaoundé does not have consistent, reliable supply of electricity. In most nights, Yaoundé is in darkness. In most nights, Douala is in darkness. Okay? Now, in our model, just to give Ambazonian a tease of our economic development, in our model, within the first 2 to 3 years, 50% of Ambazonia will be electrified. Within the first 2 to 3 years, something La République has not been able to do in 65 years, we are going to do it in 2 to 3 years. And within 4 to 7 years, 75% of Ambazonia will be electrified based on our economic model. Because right now, power in La République, electricity is centralized. In Ambazonia, every state will be responsible for its own electricity generation. It is a completely decentralized system. Unlike the centralized system where the people in Mafe have to wait for electricity to be supplied to them from Medea or from somewhere in the western region. Whereas the people of Ambazonia, the people in Mafe there, they have River Manu. And people in Meme will generate their own electricity. So, just to contrast, so Ambazonia should understand what is coming. Within the first 2 to 3 years, 50% of Ambazonia will be electrified. Within the first 4 to 7 years, 75% of Ambazonia. So just think about that in terms of the transformation that will be unleashed just by our people having access to stable, quality, reliable supply of electricity? Chairman, let me allow you to answer the question.
Well said, Spokes. What I would add to that is the fact that an economy cannot be industrialized without the supply of electricity. All industry, businesses, manufacturing, all is based in a consistent supply of electricity. When somewhere around this conversation, we talked about the partition of the state into different regions. Ambazonia is very fortunate that nature has endowed it with all these resources to the extent that in every region, there's a possibility, like the spokes talked about, to independently generate power without necessarily having to purchase or source it from another state per se. But we understand that it's all Ambazonia. So there might be situations where it is sourced from another state. There would be generally situations where it is sourced from every state within Ambazonia. You have, for example, the Savannah State. The Savannah State, whether it is through mention force or it is the implementation of solar panels to have electricity generations, that would be one way. So the focus, not necessarily the focus, the approach will be to look at all forms of energy, whether it is through hydroelectricity, it is through nuclear, it is through solar. All of those avenues would be looked into depending on which state and where it is most beneficial for the execution of one or the other. Now, with the proper execution of, say, take for example the Menchu force, the capacity that alone can generate can be sold in order to generate revenue that would fund the execution for the others. When I say the others, whether it is the implementation of solar, now you have the development of other forms of electricity that we do not even yet know about or recognize. Like you had individuals that were able to harness frequency and from the atmosphere and convert it to electrical energy, and just with this single equipment was able to power over 300 homes. So you could have structures like those that power every 300 homes, every set of buildings, every neighborhood, having independent electricity generation. And we have to make sure that these are equally very cheap sources of energy, because given the influence that energy has, it should not be, it goes back to the first pillars of the focus of this, where the focus would be in every individual Ambazonian person, such that they are able to use such resources without going bankrupt per se. So overall, there are various nodes within Ambazonia that can generate the level of electricity or power that we need, whether various forms, solar, hydro, petrol, and so on and so forth, to power the economy that we envisage.
And wind. We have a lot of wind. All right. That's great. We cannot go without touching what is my heart. It touches me. I am a security expert. I'm a security expert. And so I cannot end this panel without talking about Section 4, which covers governance and anti-corruption. Governance and anti-corruption is my heart. It's my baby. And so I would like you panelists to throw more light on this. Corruption is a terrible termite. It eats up economic foundations. It's like a canker worm. Does this blueprint propose an independent enough judiciary or auditing mechanism, strategies in which, to bring this to bear on the population and the people, and to bring this confidence that we are talking about? But how do we curb corruption? How do we make this blueprint corruption proof free? These institutions from day one, we are talking about today. We are giving this blueprint. We are exposing this blueprint to the Amazonian people, because remember, this blueprint is post conflict implementation, and immediate implementation in places where we have control. We can start it. And so how do we curb this? How does this blueprint bring the independent judiciary and the auditing mechanisms that we will put in place to make sure that this blueprint grounds in Ambazonia and gives us the kind of country that we desire and that the kind of country that people will admire? Over to you.
I can start, and then the spokes would finish and conclude.
Okay.
Regarding this, we did mention the fact that we have to have very strong government institutions, and when I said that was my personal opinion about the formation of a council above the prime ministry that can appoint the body that is responsible for corruption, this would be an independent institution. And this institution will be answerable to Parliament. When Parliament votes for a budget, that is already there for that institution. What that means is that it is beyond the control of the Prime Minister in such a way that you can fire, because one of the ways that you can circumvent the authority of such institutions is to threaten to fire the various individuals that govern such institutions. So, but by putting it that way, then you give this institution additional powers to do their job. In some countries, people that are involved in corruption are actually executed if proven guilty.
In China, yeah,
exactly. So, but we have a culture in the Ambazonian culture. This was foreign to us. It is not something that Ambazonia had been used to. The level of corruption that we see today in Ambazonia. This is something that was brought in thanks to the colonialism of another country. Now, the establishment of an independent institution, commission that would investigate allegations and if proven guilty, then will follow the right channels towards maybe the right discipline. Then this cannot really function without the right legal framework as well to protect both the commission that is involved in anti-corruption and also to make sure that the framework does work. So the establishment of the right legal framework to make sure that this works very well. And there has to be equally decentralized authority within this framework, decentralized in terms of the fact that these commissions should have the power to do their job one way or the other. So this, in many countries right now, there's been the anti-corruption agencies are endowed with the digital computer technologies, the right technologies in order to be able to function adequately. So they will equally have the right capacity, the right skill set, the right technology in the digital age to function adequately. I'll leave that to spokes to conclude for us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Corruption is a behavior. Corruption is a behavior, and then from behavior it becomes a culture.
That's right.
So it's not something that people are born with. It's a learned behavior that is rewarded and then reinforced, and then it becomes a culture. And so behaviors can be changed, and cultures can be changed. In Ambazonia, the best way to make sure that it doesn't happen, you make sure it doesn't start. Yeah.
Beautiful.
The best way to make sure that corruption does not take place in Ambazonia is make sure that corruption does not start. And the way you do that is you elect people that are not prone to being corrupt. We've seen this in our liberation struggle. We've seen corrupt leaders, and we've seen what corruption has done to the institutions that are led by these corrupt leaders. We've seen corruption in activists, and we've seen the consequences of corruption. So it's something we already have a taste of. The question is, do we want to transfer these destructive behaviors? Do we want to transfer them to an independent state? The answer is no, you don't want it. So Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore did it during the revolution. It's one of the things he promised the Singaporean people, that if his party is given the ability to elect and become the government in Singapore, Singapore will become corruption-free. And Singapore is corruption-free right up until now. So there are societies where corruption does not exist. If you build the right foundation and you elect the right leaders. Remember, every society has a choice as to who governs them. The people of the Republic make the choice for Mr. Biya to govern them, and they are paying the price.
That's right.
Okay? They allow Mr. Biya to steal the election. They accepted it, and they are paying the price.
Absolutely.
So, we as a people, we've seen the destructive nature of corruption. Why do you want to tolerate it in a culture where you want to build a state of greatness? So that's why the first thing is it won't start, because we are going to build institutions that will detect every person. Let me tell Ambazonia people this up front. People will go through a psychological profile to hold public office in certain key areas, which means you will take a psychological, you go through, they will give you a system in which you answer certain information. You go, you will sit down before you get a certain job. Okay?
Lies testing, yeah.
Ambazonia will not be that kind of a state. Even for you to become a member of parliament as a candidate, you go through a psychological process. So this is not a joke, okay? We are doing this in companies where I go into a company and we run the entire department through a psychological test to determine if you even fit or have the quality, the character, certain traits to
integrity. Yeah.
Company. Okay? Because that is going to determine your performance, to see if you have the right nature for the job. So Ambazonia is not going to be some Shidno white blast type of La République where everybody can fill in to any position because you are appointed. It's not going to be like that. Number one, you have to have the competence, you have to have the right education. Education and competence is not enough. Character is everything.
Absolutely.
So in our state, based on our institutions will be more powerful than the personalities that work within those institutions. As the chairman has said, independent judiciary. Unfortunately, Justice Ayapol did not live to see the independence. That was a corruption-free Ambazonia. And he would have set an example of what a Supreme Court judge will be. You see, when you lay the foundation, now you know you have a solid structure. We have to get it right by putting in independent magistrate, judges, Supreme Court justices, people that in their character, in their way of life, there is zero corruption. So once you have it right from the foundation, the state will be fine, because it's monkey see, monkey do. The reason corruption is very chronic in La République, because the ministers see Mr. Biya being corrupt. The ministers see the Prime Minister being corrupt. The deputy sees ministers being corrupt. They see the general, the commissioner of police being corrupt. Because the commissioner of police is corrupt, the police officers are corrupt, the general is corrupt, the civils are corrupt. Okay? Now, if you have a magistrate, let's say in Bamenda, the magistrate of the Bamenda High Court, it's a character-driven man or woman. You tell me, if you go there with a case of corruption, you're done. You don't.
That's it.
So this is the kind of system we are going to build. This is the system we are going to build. Because corruption has destroyed more society than even poverty.
Absolutely. Yes.
It will not be part of the practice in Ambazonia. It is going to be the first African country that is going to be corruption free. You steal $1, you probably lose a finger. I'm not look.
That's
I don't preach something, but I'm saying in terms of the judiciary, the consequences that you have to pay to steal from the state, the consequences you won't even try.
Thank you, both gentlemen. You are awesome. You are a gift to the Ambazonian people. Just sit back with me for a while. Let's watch the CIC, the Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Cho Lucas Ayaba, in one of his excerpts, where he gives us a recommendation, four recommendations, 4 things that we can do. To achieve, real independence. When we talk of real independence, it's just what we have been talking about here. So let's sit back, enjoy our commander-in-chief, and then after that we will call it quits. And then we have not even gone one fifth of the blueprint. So we still have about 4 quarters of the blueprint to bring to the Ambazonian people. And so stay tuned to ACN TV and other platforms so you can get just the best from the best of the minds of Ambazonia. Let's watch. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I fell in love with the fourth recommendation, which is providing an alternative. The Ambazonian Independence Manifesto, it's an alternative to what we have lived in the past 64 years in the hands of colonial masters from Britain to Nigeria, to France, to La République du Cameroon. That is what we have lived. So we are presenting to you, dear people of Ambazonia, an alternative. That is what our Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ambazonia, the leader of a war of independence, Dr. Cho Lucas Ayaba, is proposing to you. Let's propose an alternative. This is an alternative. The Ambazonian Manifesto. Join us on the 11th of February 2026 as we launch the Ambazonian Independence Manifesto. You will be getting the best of minds coming to you to ground this powerful document, this powerful blueprint. We call it the sunrise. We call it the new dawn of Ambazonia. This is the new dawn, the sunrise. The sun is rising on Ambazonia. And so we are inviting you on the 11th of February come with us, join us as we launch this wonderful document put together by the Ambazonian Governing Council for the Ambazonian people. It is an Ambazonian product masterminded by the Ambazonian Governing Council. Other movements are already chiming into this wonderful document. They are part of this document. You will have them on the platforms. You will have them everywhere. To talk to you about these Ambazonian Minnesota. So they launch on the 11th. It's for our people and our friends of Ambazonia. Then we have the diplomatic launch, which is coming up on the 18th. So if you have your diplomatic friends, invite them so that we can have a great launch. Before we go, our expert is here. Can you have a last word for our people?
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Chairman. Ambazonia has a lot of promise. We haven't even touched on a third of the conversation that this document encompasses. This was just a brief introduction of the economic vision for Ambazonia. When the opportunity does present itself, we're going to take sections and segments and have additional conversations on it. We would ask that the Ambazonian people continue to support the progress that is being made in bringing to bear or in making this dream a reality. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you all for following us on ACN, and stay tuned. Thank you, Chairman.
God bless Ambazonia. Hail, hail, hail this land of promise. God bless Ambazonia, and Ambazonia is still on the move, and we will arrive Boya safely. Thank you so much, dear viewers of ACN TV all over the world. Thank you, Ambazonian people. God bless Ambazonia. Bye-bye for now.
This is the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, brought to you by the Ambazonian Governing Council. In the annals of human history, the struggle for freedom and self-determination has been a recurring theme, a testament to the indomitable spirit of oppressed peoples yearning to breathe the air of liberty after enduring decades of colonial rule, marginalization, oppression, and denial of their fundamental rights. The journey towards independence and self-determination is often odious and flawed with challenges, but it is a path born out of unwavering desire for freedom, justice, and recognition. The Ambazonian struggle is not different. The struggle for the Ambazonian independence is deeply rooted in over a century of resistance against foreign domination and oppression. The Ambazonian Independent Manifesto, drafted by the Ambazonian Governing Council, articulates the historical and ongoing grievances of the Ambazonian people and lays out a comprehensive vision for their future. This document is a testament to the enduring spirit of the Ambazonian people who have long resisted various forms of colonial rule and oppression from German colonization in the late 19th century to the present-day occupation by La République du Cameroon. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is divided into 3 parts. Part 1, What We Have Suffered. This section details the various forms of oppression and injustices inflicted upon the Ambazonian people by La République du Cameroon. It highlights the illegal occupation, political subjugation, economic exploitation, cultural assimilation, and human rights violations that have been perpetrated against Ambazonians. The historical context provided here underscores the legitimacy of the Ambazonian struggle for independence and self-determination. Part 2, Our Right to Life, Liberty, and Happiness. This section asserts the inherent rights of the Ambazonian people to freedom, sovereignty, and self-governance. It invokes international law and resolutions such as the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1514, which affirms the right of all peoples to self-determination. The declaration emphasizes that the Ambazonian people have a natural and inalienable right to establish the sovereign state free from the occupation and tyranny of La République du Cameroon. Part 3. The final section underlines the founding principles and the vision for an independent Ambazonia. It details the proposed system of governance, which is based on democratic traditionalism, republicanism and distributive federalism, and national unity. The manifesto envisioned a society founded on the pillars of freedom, the rule of law, peace, and the just common good. It also includes a comprehensive charter of rights and freedoms, emphasizing the importance of education, healthcare, justice, and economic prosperity for all citizens. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is not merely a declaration of political intent. It is a profound expression of a people's historical experiences, cultural identity, and their unheeding resolve to reclaim their sovereignty. It speaks to the long-standing grievances stemming from colonization, marginalization, oppression, and the denial for their fundamental rights. Through its pages, the voices of the oppressed resonate, demanding acknowledgement and redress. It is a landmark document in this journey and a accumulation of years of peaceful protests, legal battles, the diplomatic efforts that have been met with indifferences, genocide, brutality, and disproportionate violence. It embodies the collective will and aspiration of the people of Ambazonia. The manifesto makes a compelling case for why the international community must recognize and support Ambazonians' quest for independence. It highlights the urgent need for diplomatic initiatives, humanitarian aid, and renewed focus on addressing the ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in the region. The Norwegian Refugee Council's recent report, which ranks Ambazonians' crisis as the second most neglected conflict in the world, underscores the dire need for international attention and intervention. The ongoing violence has displaced hundreds of thousands of people, disrupting education, and leads to several human rights abuses. Despite these challenges, the Ambazonian people have demonstrated remarkable resilience and have established self-governance structures in areas under their control. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, codenamed Sunlight, is a ray of hope for each Ambazonian. It is written in 3 parts. Part 1 deals with some of the atrocities Ambazonians have suffered in the hands of La République du Cameroon colonial rule. Part 2 exposes our right to a life of liberty or dignity and happiness in the land of our birth. Part 3 highlights the great vision for the best country in the world that we aspire to build. In all, it set forth the principles that guide our struggle, why we fight to be free, what we envisage to gain as a free people, and the strategies we will employ to attain our goals. In addition, it outlines our vision for a free and democratic Ambazonia, where the rights of every person are respected, and where justice, peace and happiness and prosperity reigns. This will not only correct the criminal and genocidal past, but will guarantee each citizen of Ambazonia inalienable individual, collective and community rights. Once you get a copy, you will know better and act right for us to realize this great vision as soon as possible. In presenting this preface, we honor the dedication and bravery of the authors who have given voice to a cause that transcends political boundaries. Their work is a testament to the power of collective action and the enduring quest for the freedom. It is our hope that this manifesto will inspire solidarity, provoke thoughtful discourse, and galvanize support for the Ambazonian struggle, ultimately leading to the realization of their long-cherished dream of independence. The Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is therefore a clarion call to all Ambazonians at home and in the diaspora to unite or at least collaborate in the historical struggle. It is a call to action, a call to perseverance, and a call to triumph over tyranny. Together we build a future where the children of Ambazonia can live in freedom and dignity, in a land they can proudly call their own. As the Ambazonian struggle enters a new phase, the Ambazonian Independent Manifesto serves as a roadmap for achieving a just and lasting peace. It calls on all stakeholders, including international human rights organizations, peace and conflict resolution experts and donor countries to support the Ambazonian people in their fight for freedom and justice. The manifesto is a powerful reminder that the quest for independence and self-determination is a fundamental human right, and it is a right that the people of Ambazonia are determined to realize. The international community has a moral duty to support the cause, as it aligns with the universal principles of human rights and self-determination enshrined in the international laws. We call upon nations and people of the world to stand with us in solidarity, to recognize our plight, and to support our legitimate aspiration for independence. In the spirit of liberty and justice, we present this manifesto to the world as a beacon of hope, a testament to our unheeding resolve. Let it be known that the flames of freedom burns brighter in the hearts of Ambazonians, and no force can extinguish our quest for independence. With profound respect and admiration, Jose Abang.
In 2026, over 250 million children worldwide are still denied education.
Girls in rural communities walk hours just for a chance to learn. Education isn't a luxury, it's a human right.
Every child deserves a desk, a book, and a future. What are you doing to make that happen? When we invest in education, we break cycles of poverty. One classroom can change a generation.
The Ambazonia Manifesto brings you the roadmap to providing every Southern Cameroon's child the best education. know that in 1961, Ambazonia was preparing for independence as a UN trust territory?
But the UN organized a referendum with only two choices. 1, join Nigeria. 2, join La République du Cameroon. Independence was not an option.
This violated UN Resolution 1514 on the right to self-determination, international law, and our fundamental human rights.
La République du Cameroon was already independent.
We were a separate territory with our own parliament in Buea, legal system which is common law,
and government officials, national identity.
People chose joining Cameroon only because independence wasn't offered. And they rejected marginalization under Nigeria. They were promised a federal system with autonomy. That federation never properly existed. Instead, La République du Cameroon moved troops in September 1961. Abolished the federation through fraud in 1972, imposed 65 years of occupation, oppression, and cultural genocide.
We never consented to annexation. Our case for independence is not rebellion.
It's restoration of our stolen rights. The truth cannot be buried forever. Justice delayed is not justice denied. Join us in the launch of the book, The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto, February 11, 8 p.m.
The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto.
In 2026, over 250 million children worldwide are still denied education.
Girls in rural communities walk hours just for a chance to learn. Education isn't a luxury, it's a human right.
Every child deserves a desk, a book, and a future. What are you doing to make that happen? When we invest in education, we break cycles of poverty. One classroom can change a generation.
The Ambazonia Manifesto brings you the roadmap to providing every Southern Cameroon's child the best education.
Ven dre she kavi wo milim am shati wanto adam ngwilan fena fo shati vasen ikunsu yeji kinyoke mo ke dra klenglen ki mo ke dra ke wiya fo vasen manzi ye kun ya yonga ji e gofsi akinyoke je ke dra yeji awni bomane kinsan ki mo ki kanidi fo ma e vasen wayen kinsan ke shoy ke dra ayam ikishike kimbang ki yong yeji 11 of February avasin yong yeji vishi nchomo on igvam ingwe wo kifi analan wom sungnin van de vishi vitar ingwe wo kifi kinsang kin kedaba nayim yi ivasin ki yeji vasin sayi liwong wosen adishombi adadreyelia yibe ya kenke sinke si ma jaftin wurin nan sin benji nyoftu fufu kiwa bonkiranja kiji before without fun alle ne mo wura mo on yivi nyovef yen yeji avsin sa yi kinyuke bensa eversen beef kisat arinke yelia anin kulebe nindiki chikenwa isangsho kidebe ya ayong samo imam wa oshon kia din samo mo wa osani yadu achia bia ye angaye ayaye yadriyele ayaye yarka iwoni vosin yodri ayaye kinyoka moki woni ke yodaka se one kivashi Kekembanki win 4 Vasinji who discovered the sea road to India about a for 10 wo wanjun shikarashoko vashi Vasin yaye e woni adedriye awan kui imaisi langwa uyun laba fo ba la yo kunyare laba ba o laba mami if idusho idukatran show du tongwan la show So vasin kefo enough to be nyofin alleji visa keben avec sa keben yi ya doit reelia aki kun kesa mo wa pita vasin yatra yoro kinyo ke ala do wa pita ani yata ja kefo nimbam sini bo doctor wa kaya wo ai lam wong vasin bomi to wo ano wa pita but karake the karake doctor jo kefo kaya wo ileji sa koi kawa ibawa leji bibaba visa debena asa ya for adreyelia awiro puwa pita bonga shi wokle fo wiro shoy bokefo sanke fake banki yongje report bokefo sangwa fo yongji win yiji ibo kaivon wa do adreye kayoshon du nasho avsin ye nawo yo yi wa vakijun oyi shift kijun igwiro shoy Bob Senli wun itu shoker ke kensa ana imam fo fensa ki kun din samo eve bangwe seni ya ke fo adre mo ve bangwe seni ke fo ayi iversen mo wi ti rodre wi chat woji irania mami irania ba ven ki du fiai adu be ya kera wa vina all right again when I do rima ven yan ki jonga yu ki ven lodu when quite you before the tinta yeji loves you akirai before the baby carry the sun I won't was in it tonight when I with a service of a coidra amoke kefa de be have the nancing wong wasn't it what do be have kikun kesamonta yad venta as I yasa at a drelia you're the fake will on him leon you won't draw in tinting and they call we con aye kio yad Jefferson wong. So nwa osho itobia mta yeji wiri wa drum is ashiya kinyoke shoy before ACN TV wa yadin a YouTube channel vesini wa yadin a SCBC yadin a yadra kishike kembanki yongji 11 of February win totem la with fondra with drum yuring wa oshon ana yibe nka ai nwa oshon saji bini river sanlam yeji kilo fe mafura sangwa venbenji a biniranisa everson lambi for nta yeji lamto wada lam wo yafa I Ambazonia I ngwa wo kun wo yafa I lamto wada for benji matra sansang yeji akifendrale bomdra wa everson nakara kamoki there was feye the shay kavi wo melim bawo Ambazonia feye bawo bui bedverson Basun kwa chi je ngwa osho na sadabena widi sa yuri iyo benji iyo mauni savun isalayo momyeji kinyokin kimachecher efsin ker wongosen warfna sank fakasen illa movasen ken ayi vinyovasen evinyove gurovasen yongi Englishman yi show yo de shong with the imbi ba yaunde so wira yo den politically conscious no ay yongi basen de widi have the j awayo wonre sani funini ben sopotia woni bed basan feye
In Ambazonia, where pain echoes strong, we rise up with a vision to belong. A healthcare system that's just and fair for every citizen with love and care. Heal our land. In Ambazonia, where pain echoes strong, we rise up with a vision to belong. In Ambazonia, where pain echoes strong, we rise up with a vision to belong. A healthcare system that's just and fair for every citizen with love and care. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen. Let's make it alive. From mountain high to valleys wide, we stand united, side by side. No more suffering, no more despair. AIM's got our back with healthcare that's fair. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen. Let's make it alive. We have the right to life and liberty. Access to healthcare is our dignity. Let's claim it. Let's make it real. Ambazonia's future is what we feel. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen. Let's make it alive. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen. Let's make it alive.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year to every one of you. Welcome to the studio. It's been a crazy year, but I'm so glad that we all made it to New Year 2026. So greetings to all Ambazonians and viewers across the world. And I want to use this opportunity to apologize for the late start. But in this apology, I just want to say, let's forget about the late start, but let's just focus on the new year and what we have in place for Ambazonia in New Year 2026. So ladies and gentlemen, Happy New Year 2026 once again, a year that we are all preparing for and thinking it will be our year of rest. So today we have a very important topic to talk about, a sovereign project that defines the future of Ambazonia. So ladies and gentlemen, in today's discussion, Our discussion will be anchored in the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto. I know most of you have seen clips of it on Facebook, on different WhatsApp forums, on Twitter, on YouTube, in different social media spaces. But today we really want to put context to what you've been saying. So in our today's conversation, it is anchored within the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto as a national project for rebuilding society after decades of marginalization, neglect, and conflict. At the center of that project lies a fundamental question: how a future Ambazonia chooses to protect life, dignity, and human well-being. Healthcare in this vision is not a peripheral policy or issue. It is a declaration of state responsibility. It signals whether independence will be a symbolic or whether it will be translated into real protection for the lives of ordinary people, the ordinary Ambazonian. And that is what we want to dissect today. The Ambazonia healthcare policy makes a clear commitment. Healthcare is a constitutional right and a public obligation. It rejects access based on wealth, geography, or political circumstances, and places responsibility on the state to design, finance, regulate, deliver equitable care for all Ambazonian citizens. This represents a decisive break from the lived experience of many Ambazonians, where healthcare has often been inaccessible or absent, especially in rural and conflict-afflicted communities. The policy responds by emphasizing universal access, preventive care, public health education, and community-based service, recognizing that a healthy nation is built not only on hospitals, but across society. At the same time, the policy acknowledges reality. Years of war have damaged infrastructures, displaced professionals, and eroded public trust. So this policy will be rebuilding healthcare. Therefore, it is also about rebuilding confidence in the state itself through accountability, regulations, and a capable healthcare workforce. Universal healthcare is one of the most demanding commitments a state can make. And this is what we want for Ambazonia. This is what we envision for Ambazonia. The question before us today is not whether this vision is necessary, but how it can be implemented responsibly, sustainably, and credibly. So, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, I wish you would take a seat. Let us have this very detailed conversation with a group of experts within the Ambazonian War of Liberation. Let us hear it from the expert point of view. What does this healthcare policy mean to Ambazonia, post-independent, even within the war? And what is this talk about the Ambazonia Independence Manifesto? We've seen a lot of messages, clips going on, talking about the launch on the 11th of February. Let us dissect this bit by bit as I welcome in the studio my fellow panelists into the studio. Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Hello, Reverend John, Mabia, and of course, our delectable woman of God, Immaculate Ekome. So I will take my time to welcome each and every one of you. Happy New Year, first of all, to all of you. Happy New Year 2026. I'm very happy that you took out time from your busy schedules to be here. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, with me in the studio here, we have our health expert. We call her Mabia, but her name is Beatrice Day, and she is a health expert and, of course, very pivotal when it comes to the health policy or developing the health policy of Ambazonia. And she is a US-based citizen, an expert in that field, and she'll be answering your questions about today Ambazonia and tomorrow Ambazonia. And again, we have yet another health expert, our own very woman of God, Immaculate Ekome. She has been on this in this studio many times, and she's also a health professional and expert, and very pivotal when it comes to the healthcare policy of Ambazonia. And not just that, she is so diversified, likewise my bear. And also we have with us Reverend John, who is also, oh, before I forget, Mabia is also a member of the Ambazonia Education Board, just like Reverend John, who is the chairperson of the Ambazonian Education Board. And of course, one of the brains behind the development of the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, which we'll be talking about not today, but on the 11th of February. Like I said in my introduction, today's topic will be centered around the healthcare policy in Ambazonia, what we looked for, what Ambazonia would do during this time and after this time. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Great. So I will start off with you, Mabia, because we are already way above a time. So I'm just gonna kickstart this, unless either of you have something to say before I come in. Mabia, do you have anything you want to say before I bring you in on questions?
No, I'm ready.
Perfect. I like that. Always ready. When duty calls, we answer. Okay. So, Mabia, I understand. I know that you've been in the studio here many times talking to Ambazonians about healthcare. You've educated us endlessly since 2017 about healthcare in Ambazonia, best healthcare systems, the policies, what we need to know, the basic ways in which we can live. So when you think about kind of a nation Ambazonia seeks to become, what role does healthcare play in shaping the dignity, confidence, and the future of its people?
So I will start by saying, before we start talking about what we need in the Ambazonia healthcare system, this is from research work that has been done. First, with me here practicing medicine in America, looking at the system between prevention, management, treatment, and then looking at other systems based on ranking of the best healthcare system in the world. So you look at the ranking and you look at what makes them the best system in the world. So you take that and you put them together to come up with something that should work in Ambazonia to make us also be in that rank of the best system. So go by first describing what we define what we mean by healthcare.
Right.
What we mean by healthcare, it's a system, it's a service that is there to maintain and improve the well-being, both physical and emotional well-being of the people through prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and management. That is healthcare system. And how does this matter to Ambazonians? How does this healthcare system matter to Ambazonians? First, it matters first to the individual. It's always about me. So how does it matter to the individual? Quality of life and longevity. We all want to live for 100 years. We all want that life to be the one of no suffering. You're living without illness, and even if it's a chronic illness, you know it's managed to the point where you can live a good quality of life. Reduce suffering. Just having a good healthcare system reduces suffering. Financial security. We know of healthcare system in countries that you have to pay, especially the one I'm living in is insurance based. And we know how expensive that is. And then think about if you have to pay that amount of money from your pocket. Healthcare alone has been known to bankrupt somebody. Just to pay to be healthy bankrupts you. So that is a very important thing for an individual. Empowerment. Just having a healthy body makes the person able to go to work, to learn, to pursue life goals. It empowers you. It fosters
And
your
also
development.
brings in the aspect of dignity, correct?
Dignity, yes, to the person. And going to the society and the economy. So how is this going to benefit the Ambazonia people? Why does it matter to the whole country? Economic growth. A country with sick people doesn't grow. First, many people call off sick from work. Many people, you don't have that skilled workers or people who are always there to do something because they are always sick. That affects the country's economy. An economy with healthy people boosts a country with healthy people boosts the economy. Disease prevention. We all know immunization, vaccination. If a country doesn't handle those things, what does that mean? You're more likely to have endemic diseases and even pandemic diseases. And most often, that can only be managed by a country. It's not an individual that can manage preventive measures. We'll talk of different things. We'll talk of the hypertensions and so on, how you prevent them. Health equity. We know about the ones who are rich in the country. The current Cameroon can go to the US, can go to France, can go to Switzerland for healthcare. What happens to the poor man? So equity. Healthcare matters for equity. So that everybody, poor, rich, can just walk into a hospital, can just walk into a preventive care and get the care they need. You don't need to be flown out of the country.
Thank you very much, Mabia. And because Woman of God is also an expert in this field, I don't know, Woman of God, you've been listening to what Mabia was saying. And do you have any other contribution to that particular question before I bring your own question, before I throw your own question to you? And
Yes,
if
I
you like me
do.
to repeat the question, and I'll repeat it again. I was asking Mabia that when you think about the kind of nation Ambazonia seeks to become, what role does healthcare play in shaping the dignity, confidence, and the future of its people?
Thank you so much for that question. And this is kind of like my heartbeat because I lived through the transition of when we were healthy, sanitary people had community health, have preventive medicine. We had good hospitals before Cameroon invaded us and overturned everything into what we call now a healthcare slum. And I remember when we were at what was good, I used to think of this quote in my reader that says, "Last night I dreamt about the future." That's my class 5 primary school reader. I dreamt about what my village would look like in 20 years' time. I saw white roofs and new schools. I see hospitals and some small factories. Some people said my dream wouldn't come true. Yes, they were right. My dream did not come true 20 years as I dreamed, but because we have had a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to free ourselves from this salvage called Cameroon, I see that we have hope. So we have the audacity to hope that we can have that healthcare system that caters for our people. Preventive healthcare, from new maternity, newborn, prenatal, all the way to primary care, community health care, where we can prevent diseases and manage any terminal disease from getting worse. And so AIDS is no longer a death sentence. Hypertension is no longer a sudden death. And all this diabetes is no longer just claiming lives. And when I look at this healthcare model in the manifesto, in the Ambazonia Independence Manifesto, I'm kind of like, God, I thank you that I am alive to see this day. My dream might have died, but it's resurrected. And when I look through how we're going to look into public health, I know that preventive medicine will be there. How we're going to look into hospital structures and seeing ICUs, it will not just be, we already have this blueprint, but we did not have the freedom to implement it to the core. And so I believe that God has shown us mercy as Amazonian people and given us a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be free, to flourish, and to enjoy the veracity of good health.
Okay. Thank you very much, woman of God. And like you said, those last two words, it boils down to what we are talking about, human dignity and the well-being of our people. Because we see that health is the very foundation of the society. Like Mabia quoted, if we don't have health, our people cannot function properly. We will have a very dying economy because experts will be calling in sick because they do not have access to good medical attention. So, woman of God, thank you for that. And I hope our listeners, you are listening. And if at all you have anything to contribute, please, the comment sections are open. Kindly drop your contribution to it. And if you wish to talk to us in the studio, if we have the time, we might open the lines for you to call. So this question, I'm bringing it to you, woman of God. And like I said, I always like the way you try to dissect into this and give explain things in a very expansive way for people to understand. So Ambazonia Independent Manifesto treats healthcare as a national responsibility rather than, let me take that again, that the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto treats healthcare as a national responsibility rather than a market service. How does this refine the relationship between the citizen and the future Ambazonian state?
I think that our universal healthcare system is the best because sometimes when it is just a capitalist healthcare system, I can bet you that as a provider, I may not have the quality of health that I provide to people daily based on a system. So making a universal healthcare, because I believe that health is wealth. Any nation that really seeks to recover like we are recovering from very deep slums and darkness should be able to offer their citizens universal health care where we can strengthen what remains. We have lost so many people and many people are in trauma. I don't think that our people will, if they have to be in a payer-based system health, I don't think that many people will be able to have access to healthcare because we are talking about a 9-year protracted war that has been covered up by France and their allies for their economic interests instead of considering human interests. And so now we have broken people to deal with. And I think that the thought of making our healthcare system a universal system give our people a chance to hope, give our people a chance to heal, give our people a chance to recover. So you can be able to be seen by specialties. You can be able to have that therapy for recovery from the trauma. You can be able to have your disease managed at a cost that is not alarming. You can be able to be in an ICU without being related to the president or without knowing someone that knows someone or without stealing money from the national coffers to make your way out to another country to enjoy. We have that already. We are the harbinger of health in the Gulf of Guinea because the people from Chad and all over, if they want a cardiac surgery, open heart surgery, they come to us at Shisong. This was done by nuns, people I respect so much. They built that hospital from scratch. And, if we are given the chance, and I believe that we have come a long way and we will have the chance, we will be able to make our people we'll be able to console our people, we'll be able to take them from the hell they have been through in decades to the heaven that they all dream. And my dream as a class 5 primary school girl will be retrieved and will be made manifest because I want to see that dream come true.
Okay. Thank you very much, woman of God. And as we said, this is a national responsibility. So in other words, what you're saying is that the future Ambazonia that we are looking at will be that nation where the state takes responsibility, full responsibility of its health system. It doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're in the upper class, lower class, or you're a politician, or you're just an ordinary farmer in the community. Whether you are in a rural area or the urban area, you will have access to healthcare. And this is what the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto is detailing when it comes to its health system. Again, just like I did with you, Mabia, when your question first came in, do you have anything to add to what Woman of God has said on this one before I move to meet our own very reverend to answer his own question?
So I start by saying healthcare in Ambazonia is a constitutional right.
Correct.
When we label that as a constitutional right, we are saying healthcare is going to be a universal healthcare. Right. When we talk about a universal healthcare, you are talking about the individual partnering with the country to have effective health. When you partner the individual with the country to have health, you hit all the areas, because with the individual, you're talking of this individual, it is their responsibility to make use of all the preventive services, which will be provided by the government. So it's free of charge. It's your responsibility. Like I always say, health is intentional. It's a responsibility of the individual. Then we come to the country. It is the country's responsibility to provide healthcare to its citizens so that they too can improve the economy of the country. When you merge these two, then the individual knows when you say free, it comes to with some responsibility.
Right.
As much as I can say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mabia. And that was indeed explicit. So I will come to you now, our own very reverend, and I will ask you this almost the same question I've been asking our two experts earlier. So when we talk of, like I said, we must understand that this is part of what we have to bring unravel on 11th of February. Termed the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, and health is part and parcel of the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto. So now, let me ask you this, man of God. Declaring healthcare as a constitutional right, as Mabia started saying, is a powerful commitment. What must a state do differently, structurally and politically, to ensure that this right is meaningful and not just symbolic?
Okay, thank you, PS, for that wonderful question. I thank ACN for giving us this wonderful opportunity. I thank ACN for the work they have been putting in to see to it that our narrative gets out to the Ambazonian people and to the world. I greet all ACN TV viewers across the world. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, universal healthcare. I'm not a health expert, so I'm just a personality with a point of view. I want to emphasize here that in the Independence Manifesto that we have crafted for the Ambazonian people, we've factored in all departments that govern human life in Ambazonia. So we will be having many of these programs coming through. The military will come through, communication, our social services will come through, and many other departments. So we are on healthcare today. And so it depends on the leaders. We need to have leaders. We need to have statesmen who are ready, to implement. I always take the example of Burkina Faso, a very fresh new nation, and they're making their strides. They have ambulances already in rural areas, that are able to transport people from rural area to their referral hospitals. They already have referral hospitals because it's their mantra that they don't want to fly people abroad. They don't want to fly the government officials abroad to go and receive health care. It should be a national responsibility. And so what I'm saying is that we need nationalist president. We need people who have the state at heart. We need statesmen, not governors. We don't need presidents. We need statesmen who have the nation at heart to implement this policy. The Ambazonia Manifesto is just a pointer. It's a pointer to all the departments, and all the departments have a policy that has been developed. And so we are talking here today about the health policy of Ambazonia, which is a universal healthcare policy that our experts have developed, to present it to the Ambazonian people. And so we need statesmen. We need people who are accountable, who are responsible to take the state into great consideration and acquire the necessary tools and materials that are needed for healthcare to be implemented without stress. You cannot go to a hospital, they don't have scanners, they don't have radiography services, and so people are still dying of simple malaria. People are still dying of simple high blood pressure in that construct called the Cameroons. And that is the narrative. That is the what we want to erase. That is what we are saying here as when we present to you this healthcare policy. We are saying we are turning the page. As we have termed it, the Ambazonian Independence Manifesto is a sunrise. It's a new dawn. It's a new dawn for the Ambazonian people. And I call on the Ambazonian people to embrace this manifesto, read it, understand it, and get to the implementation. And we will have a better life in Ambazonia, a better healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you very much for that strong conclusion. And I'll throw this back to Woman of God and Mabia, because like you said, you've answered it as accurate as possible, but we are also trying to pick it again from them as medical experts, even though it has to do now with nation building and state responsibility. Woman of God, in this particular question, we are looking at the aspect of where we want to see how the state will treat this healthcare policy or the healthcare system differently, structurally and politically. So to ensure that this is becomes meaningful and not just symbolic, what are those things that you think that Ambazonia needs to do differently, structurally and politically, to make sure that what we had before, it could be improved before the whatever that is happening now within Ambazonia? Like you said, when you were 5, you used to have, you envision something. You have stories, people coming from different countries to receive health treatment in our nation. That structure has been demolished. It has been destroyed. Now we are looking at a new Ambazonia. What should be done differently to make sure that we revive that system that we had before and even move forward to improve it?
So, thank you for that question. The first foundation of everything, like the CIC, Dr. Ayaba used to say that corruption kills more than atomic bomb, will be a system of accountability and transparency where money disbursed for structural system, structuring hospitals or building hospitals are used exactly for that, and there's no room to divert, which means that we're going to have a robust system of accountability where people are assigned tasks that they have been certified to do. It will not just be one person that didn't even care about knowing how to go about the construction of a building that just has a friend in politics that picks up a
Exactly.
contract. Two, there's going to be regulatory system that like board, medical board, dental board, nursing board, pharmacy board, all the sections of healthcare where people are able to school in their various domain, get certified, get licensed, and be regulated. Where these things are regulated, not where you can just go and do one first aid, open a pharmacy, and then give somebody insulin overdose. No, there will be regulations and guidelines to practice, and this will give our people a sense of dignity and also reward those who merit to be who they are. It will eliminate quacks. It will eliminate all these street drugs that are causing a lot of harm already, as we have in Bamenda, kind of advanced by the occupation military or the military of terror, whatever. But we will be able to have a regulated healthcare system where somebody cannot just go and get medications. Thank goodness our people have the audacity of hope that we don't have people who can just go and take a bunch of pills to commit suicide. Thank God we don't have that yet. People are still hoping for brighter days, which is a good thing. But when we put this structure in place and put that system in place where people are trained in the various areas that they serve within their scope of practice, it will give the kind of dignity that we are looking for, the kind of accountability that we are looking for, and the therapeutic outcomes of wellness, vitality, and good health that we are looking for.
Perfect. So in other words, when we are looking at the structure here, we are looking at experts in different department domains and not people who are selected because of who they know in politics. And we are looking at a country that, we are looking at a country where the politicians that we will elect them to lead us will be people with dignity and integrity. Thank you very much, woman of God, for that. That was really powerful. And like Mabia said, healthcare is a constitutional right. The state, we must first of all understand that it's a constitutional right. Once we know that this is something that is universal and the state must take responsibility for it. And we hope and we pray that the Ambazonia we all want will be that Ambazonia that will be admired across Africa and the world at large. Mabia, let me come back to you. The healthcare policy, I keep bringing the healthcare policy to you because I know you've been very pivotal in developing the healthcare policy for Ambazonia. So the healthcare policy envisages a strong public healthcare system complemented by regulated private sector. So how can Ambazonia balance state leadership with private participation without undermining equity?
Thank you. I first just want to read something. In order to achieve a successful healthcare system, the initiation begins with constructing an effective constitution with laid down rules, regulations. That's to add to what Immaculate said. It will have to be the responsibility of the state to have rules and regulations. Where rules and regulations are not followed, where laws are not followed, where you can bribe your way out, it's a failure. Universal health cannot work. That alone makes it a failure. Talking about the manifesto, we talk the policy. We're talking about having a universal health as well as privatization. I start by making an example. The current system now, in Cameroon, you have a doctor working in the government hospital and then having his private clinic. That's wrong. You cannot do both. We all know you cannot serve two masters the same. So there would be
that is not allowed.
No, you cannot have a private hospital and then also be a doctor in the hospital.
Oh, great.
Current
I
system,
hope Ambazonians
people,
are listening.
yes, current system, people will have the see patient in the hospital and then direct them to their private hospital to go there. That defeats the purpose. In the public hospital, universal health, the government takes care of everybody. You want to have a private hospital, you want to go to a private hospital, we could have insurance system that can assist people who can afford it, or just private pay. Go to a private hospital, pay your money, and they take care of you in the private hospital. The two do not get to be like one. A private hospital can refer a patient to a universal hospital. A universal hospital can refer a patient to a private hospital if they're doing good work. But that means the government gets to pay. If you send a patient to a private hospital, which is a specialized hospital, the government pays for that. It shouldn't come out of the patient's pocket, the person's pocket. So you see the difference. They will exist, private hospital, they will exist, public hospital. They can interchange patients. But once you know, if you do private on your own, you pay. If the government sends you to private, government pays. So that the policy is actually to make sure that everybody, equity, everybody can go to the hospital. Like we started this program, somebody talks about when Southern Cameroon was, we had dispensaries. So if we're talking about it now, some Ambazonians are like, oh, I don't know about it. Maybe the younger Ambazonians who, when they were born, they didn't see it. But we had that. So it's something we can still have. We had universal health. You could go to the dispensary, get your health, your checkup, and leave. You can go to the hospital, they'll put you IV drips. I remember those days. And you don't pay a dime. The nurse does not ask you, give me money first before I do it, or something like that. Right. You get all of that and you left. So the universal health system involves services. The services is public, private. Public is universal health, private is those who want to go to a private hospital. It involves providers. You have doctors, nurses, pharmacies, nursing aid, therapists. Right now, we don't deal very well with therapists. We need physical therapists. We need occupational therapists. We need people who can get people back from disability to go to work. So those services will be all provided. We talk about the settings. We're talking about hospitals. When you talk about the settings, you're talking about hospitals. You're talking about preventive centers. You're talking about specialized centers. All of that are things that will be in the universal health as well as private hospitals. And when you talk about the scope of a healthcare, you're talking about education. CMEs, continuous medical education. You have to have continuous education. One of the things that we don't think is important is the CME. You cannot be practicing the same thing that was practiced in 1970 and 1980. The world revolves, improves, research. And the only way you do that is to have continuous education. And this will be enforced by the various departments. You have Department of Health that has to make sure to maintain your license as a doctor, as a nurse. You have to show proof you have been maintaining a continuous education to keep with the system. This is an example. They no longer use dextrose as a resuscitation measure when a patient comes to the emergency department. That used to be practiced a long time ago because it was believed that because you've been sick, you've not been eating, so you lack energy, so let's give you glucose so that you can get energy. But they found out people came to the hospital who had diabetes, and when they gave them glucose, you kill them. So research was done, and it says, do not resuscitate, or resuscitate, the word is, do not, how should I say? First, IV fluid for the patient. Do not use, do not use dextrose. You can use saline, you can use anything, but people are still using dextrose, and we know of how many people who have been killed because dextrose was used and they died in the hospital. This is due to lack of continuous education. That
Okay.
will be
Mabia, and let me just time in there, and because we are running out of time, but there is something you raised a very important point there that I would really like. You said something, and I stepped in before because I'm asking this because we've seen it play on over and over again in the system that we left, and now we are now fighting to be where we are. You said you cannot be you cannot own a private clinic and still work as a doctor in a public health sector. And this is something that we've seen over and over. I know instances where doctors who are in the government hospital, they own private clinics, and their private clinics have more patients than they even have in the government hospital, because they just keep referring those to people to those private clinics, even though the expenses there are more higher than those of the public clinic. And if you said this, can you really throw more light on that, or woman of God can step in here, because we really have to draw a fine line between this. This has been what is happening in Cameroon and maybe some other parts of Africa. I don't know, but at least I talk of what I know. So if we are building an Ambazonia and you say it is not constitutional, or it is against medical practice for you to own that and still own this, then I would really like you to, just focus on that particular point and say a little about it, or woman of God can time in there.
Let me jump in and just say something. Let's just say quick.
Right.
This where we used to watch late President Magufuli in Tanzania.
Yeah,
when he went to the hospital, they showed that clip. He went to the hospital. They've been giving money to that hospital to buy an MRI machine. For a long time, he goes to the hospital and also to buy beds. Patients were sleeping on the ground. They did not have beds to sleep. And he turned to the administrator of the hospital. What's going on? We've been giving you a budget for the year. Why are people sleeping down here? And one of the excuses was, most patients prefer to go to the private hospital. So that's what is happening. And the rule that he left, when he left from there, he told the administrator, I am coming for a visit, which I hope we will have a president who will do that. I am coming back for a visit. And before I come back, all of them will be there. And when he came back, the hospital had beds with people sleeping on it. The hospital have MRI. Do you know they did not give that administrator any extra money. All they did was warning. And then he put another rule again, because he could not find doctors. He said, where are the doctors? Right. And he was told, he owns a private hospital somewhere. That's why he's not here now. And he said to them, you choose. You either want to be a government worker or you want to own your private practice.
Right.
Choose between the two. You cannot serve two masters, because when you are in the government sector, you're also wanting to make sure your private hospital makes some profit. So you're going to be doing things that are unacceptable. So it's okay. You can own your private hospital. I don't know why that will be very difficult, because even in the US here, people own their own private hospital, their own private clinics, and then groups own private hospital, even though they don't have universal health. So what I'm trying, woman of God can add to this, but that's what I just wanted to bring in, what the Magufuli did. So anybody wants to watch the clip, it's on YouTube.
Okay. Thank you. Woman of God, please come in.
Yes. Just like Mavia said, it's the healthcare. When it comes to healthcare is really sacred. people might treat it anyhow. That's why, so when you're a healthcare professional, it's not just another job, it's a calling. You have to have veracity, you have to be honest, you have to be a conscientious person, because people are coming to you at the most vulnerable stage of their lives depend on you, and you cannot meddle, you cannot trade on human lives. And so here you do like a non-compete agreement when you pick up a job, or you sign against conflict of interest. Because, for example, it is even case by case to a point that if I'm a family nurse practitioner and I'm into internal medicine and I have a clinic, even if I decide to have a psych license, I cannot just consult psych patients in that same practice. I have to create a different practice for it. And so this takes away conflict of interest and makes people practice within their scope. So like what Mabia just said about what happened with the doctors that were diverting and siphoning out resources to their private hospitals, things that we really have to sit up like Africans and stop doing, because it is stupid. Anywhere you are listening to me, if you're in that place where you're in any office, they give you money and you take that money and you're using it for your personal gain, you have just brought a curse on all your generation. I want to say this, we cannot continue like that. So there's going to be strict regulations, that make everybody feel good. It's okay to be rich, but there's a kind of riches that is very deadly. Be rich with a peace of mind. Don't be so rich to a point that your car, your tires, and everything, you enter the plane ticket is telling you that only you and I know what you did to have this money. Don't do that. So, but we will not leave it just to conscience and goodwill, because we know that the mixture of Cameroon and our people have brought a lot of corruption to our people. So there's going to be a lot of a system put in place to help our people, kind of detoxify themselves from corruption, because corruption is not our culture. Like Pia said, we had dispensaries. What we have here in America, we had it in Ambazonia, where a mother and child, you get prenatal vitamins, you get milk, you get granite oil, and all these things to help mother and baby develop well. So we had all these things. It's not like we didn't have them. And it's not like we don't have what it takes to have it. We have more than enough resources to have it. Human resources. What I mean, when it comes to IQ, let me say like Donald Trump would say, our IQ is higher than the Cameroonian IQ. Take it from me, yes, we have a very high IQ, because what we have survived. If they give them for one day, they won't survive it. Take their post-election crisis. Oh, je veux le pain à manger, je veux le pain. Their own is bread to eat. But we are those kind of people who can burn the midnight oil to discover treatment for something, like Anamangu discovered the cure for AIDS. And so
thank you very much.
When it comes to Ambazonia, when it comes to regulating our healthcare system, all that we need to do is put the structure, because our people are very good at adjusting to structure. Whatever they might have borrowed from Cameroon as threats of corruption could be survival of the fittest. But we are coming to a new dawn where everybody finds where they belong. You are satisfied. You make the most money as you can make, and grow rich with a peace of mind, so that you're not growing rich at the expense of people's health, at the expense of people's lives. And then you can come to a place where you're satisfied with your job, because you had all. So when it comes to this particular context, there will always be a non-compete agreement to sign by advanced professionals in healthcare. There will always be, like you have to sign an agreement not to, kind of, you don't bring conflict of interest.
Right.
When you take away that conflict of interest, it helps, because sometimes, like where we are now in the loose cannon system that has to do where people are faced every day with conflict of interest, is whether you choose to do bad or you lost everything. It's just like you put a hole and say fall inside, or and then people fall in it regardless. But in Ambazonia, we will have a regulated healthcare system that serves the good of all Ambazonians, where people can flourish. People who are interested in healthcare business will do clean businesses, will be able to find their place and their space within their scope of practice.
Right. Thank you very much, woman of God. And okay, moving forward, Reverend, I'm bringing this to you. So, in a post-conflict context where institutions are fragile, what governance safeguards are essential to prevent corruption, politicization, or elite capture of the healthcare system? We don't want all of this to happen in Ambazonia, especially after what we've been through in the last 9 years. So, what are the safeguards, government or governance safeguards that are essential to prevent these particular things I've mentioned?
Great, thank you for that question. Yes, it's just two answers: checks and balances, like our panelists have said, accountability, checks and balances, monitoring systems. We have to put in monitoring systems. We have to build up a complete organization that deals only with healthcare monitoring system, where they pop into our healthcare systems, that monitoring organization, they pop into a healthcare facility to check about the cleanliness, the air conditioning, the restaurants, the food there, they're providing. We must have monitoring systems. We have checks and balances, and accountability. And so if that is put in place, I think everybody will sit up and work. And so we have to the justice system, which is another arm which the Ambazonian Manifesto developed so well. The Justice Department will come on board here on ACN with you, PS, and have a talk. So we need an independent justice system, so that some of these contraventions against our constitutions, against the rules that are put in place, the health policy rules that are put in place, if anybody goes against them, the justice system should be independent enough, to judge such and met the sanctions that are due within the penal code of the nation. And so checks and balances, monitoring systems will do the magic, and we will have a system that is accountable to the people, and the people will thrive.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mabia, anything to add to that, aside from how we can prevent all of this corruption, politicization, and some elites capturing our health system? Either of you, whichever one of you want to come in first, while I pick up the next question, that will be appreciated if you have anything.
So what Reverend just enforced said was also talking about a constitution that has rules and regulation. That is the most important thing, like you're saying, to prevent corruption. But I also wanted to add that for a healthcare system to actually work, universal or non-universal, needs things like good roads. It needs things like education. It needs things like job, water, electricity, basic needs. Those must be present. A hospital cannot function when water is not there. It cannot function when light is continuously going off. It cannot function when people do not have jobs. So that means the economy of the country must be able to support the system of health that is going to provide. And like you said earlier, it's a partnership between the individual, which is the people, and the government. Where does the government come in? The government come in by providing these basic needs to facilitate or make it easy for even private people to open their hospitals. Make it easy for government to build even bigger hospitals. You need all of those things. So that's where the government comes in. Where does the individual come in? The individual comes in by a good economy. People have jobs. They can be able to pay taxes for a good health system. Anybody who knows it, we pay taxes in the US for those things. It's not free. So the individuals, yes, the poor who do not have a job will still have health care, but those who can pay for it will have to support by doing something. It is a partnership.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mabia. Woman of God, in 2 minutes, I would like to ask you this. The war has displaced a lot of our professionals. Our experts are now finding solace in different parts of the world, trying to make ends meet in their respective fields. But since we are talking about health, let us focus on health professionals. So what practical strategy can Ambazonia use to attract back these displaced health professionals while also training new generation domestically? What do you think can be the best possible way for us to get back people like you and Mabia back home to rebuild Ambazonia? Even though you didn't live during the crisis though.
Okay, considering the hospitality and love of the Ambazonian people, I believe that once the obstacle called Cameroon is removed, people can be free to go back home, where you don't have to bribe your way through to your homeland, where you don't have to hide from thieves. And I believe that by then there will be no kidnappers or runs for ransoms anywhere, and that will feel safe to return home because we'll have a system that is safe. And then I also believe, like I heard the VP saying that even those who differ in opinion from us, let's get the manifesto to them, even the federalists or whether they call themselves blacklegs or whatsoever. We are a culture of forgiving people. So we have experts who are out here who will be free to come back home and open up those hospitals, who will be free to come back home and make investments under a regulated system that secures their investment. Because I can't invest in a country that is politically unstable, brutal, because you don't know when you get up and all your money is lost, like it's now one government official trying to censor people's accounts and see when last you used it, or you'll be closed and government will seize the money. That will not be in Ambazonia. Ambazonia will be a culture where people can expect to grow, where recalcitrants can be rehabilitated, where people who once treaded in darkness can see light. And so we're going to be that attractive magnet that bring people from everywhere, where you have even citizens that are not citizens of Ambazonia confident to come and invest in our healthcare system or come and invest in our infrastructure, because they know that their investment is not going to be in vain, because over time we have proven that we are stewards. And no matter how much everything was taken away from us, the little we had, we have shown stewardship, because we are still those stars above the sky. We shine so bright despite the darkness that has come upon us. And so this is what I want to say to all Ambazonians. We will be able to rebuild our home in no record time, because we have what it takes.
Okay, thank you. Both stamina, the will, and also the expertise. Thank you. Mabia, just on that same question, then I will move forward. But please kindly put the responses short so we can catch up with time. We know that the health professionals and experts, they get paid enough, better in Europe, in America, and maybe other parts of Africa, and bringing them back home? Are we saying or telling our health professionals that there are some that will collect maybe $250,000 a year, or 300 or 500? I don't know those figures, but I know that they get good pays, and it's nothing compared to what we will possibly be paying them. Do you think this will be an obstacle for us to pull back our expat back home to render service to our people?
No, I don't. Okay. I start by saying, current Cameroon, I have never seen dumbness that you train nurses, you train doctors, and you don't have a health system in your country. You let them run out of the country. I don't know what that is. Is that foolishness? How can you train people and then you let them run out? Okay, the second other part that I'm going to add. Everybody wants to go home. Home. People love home.
That's right.
We are not, I always said this, that I wish somebody could tell President Trump that if I had a free home, I would not be here. He will not need to put me in a plane and send me somewhere. We will go home. Have Ambazonia that has rules and regulation and safety. We will pack our bags and go home.
Perfect.
That's it.
Home, sweet home. Yes, we will all pack our bags and go home. That is why we are here today. Okay, Reverend, let me ask you this, and please, like I said to Woman of God and Mabia, make it short and let us, so we can move forward very fast. We are out of time. Healthcare financing under this policy relies largely on taxation and wages based on contributions, right? So what are the main risk factors of this model in the early years of independence, and how can they be managed? So, right, you got a question.
Thank you so much for that question. I know it dies down to finance. Like Mabia early said it, you know, the rich shall sponsor the health system. Those who are wealthy enough. I want to confess here that we have wealthy Ambazonians all across the world. We have thriving businesses back in Ambazonia. Even within this crisis time, we have our credit unions, which are all over the place, and they have fabulous sums of money. And so we will rely on the private sector, this thriving private sector, you know, to be able to puff out some money to finance our healthcare system. We will rely on some Ambazonian Dangotes to pop in some money to boost the health system. And like Mabia said, those who are working, you know, will be tasked. They will be taxed to, you know, to be able to fruit this bill. And Ambazonia is rich. While this will be done only while we build, while we explore our resources and create the expertise and partnerships with experts who are going to explore these minerals to get us to where we want to belong, to a free economy. I would take the case of Libya. Libya was almost at that breaking point, you know, where petroleum was almost free to its citizens, and hospital was free, you know, because they had reached a point where they exploited our resources and they were able to provide for their citizens and subsidize every aspect of human life in their nation. And so that would not be different from Ambazonia. And so all we
thank you very much, Reverend.
We cry out here that when we have our nation, accountability should be on ground. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Okay, where did you guys go? Here. Okay. Mabia, I see you smile, woman of God, smile. I don't know if you're smiling in agreement to what the man of God is saying, or you have other ideas on how this can be managed in the early years of this particular policy after independence, of course, post-independence.
We have seen it done, like I said.
Okay.
Anybody who wants to look at what late President Magufuli did in Tanzania, they can go look at his videos. Anybody want to see what President Ibrahim Traore is doing in his country, they can go look at his videos. These things are possible. Just manage your resources in a country.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't let foreign enterprise take it from your hand like taking candy from a baby's hand. That's what Africans have been doing.
Okay.
Your resources, that's where the money comes
from. Right. Okay.
I like that, Mabia. You know, I call Mabia my healthcare genius, you know, and there is a common sense that you can only have it when you stop at Mabia's kitchen.
Okay. Okay.
Are very possible, and I will say that we have learned being in other countries. Like I'm in America, whenever there's a disaster, first responders are not even the government, the community. We have enough that we can share with our people, and so we have enough resources. And I don't think that if we leave from here to go back home, we are going to work for money. No, we're not. That is why the CIC had told us that we are not doing this thing for ourselves. We are doing it for the well-being of our people. So when we get back there, I want to be able to build a hospital without going through too many doors and they collect all the money before it goes to the hospital. Let there be just an accountability and transparency, you know, where you know that you want this road card and the road is card.
Okay. Yes, just in line with that last statement that you were making, because there is something here which is very pivotal. Trust in the public health system does not just come automatically. And there's been a lot of mistrust based on what we've experienced and witnessed in the past. So what concrete actions should Ambazonia State prioritize to rebuilding confidence among citizens so that we can have this aspect of not experiencing neglect and abuse in our own system? Our sister, woman of God, please go ahead.
If we stop rewarding corruption, if we punish corruption, like the whole thing is simple. You see, we are in a dark system cast on us by France, you know, that just believes in diabolism, where corruption is rewarded. If you're not corrupting, then you are a mole. You know, but we will come with a system that rewards dedication, accountability, transparency. You know, where you're not receiving a medal for being the most corrupt deal or the one that did a lot of plundering for people's lands and caused in the intertribal conflicts, but you are receiving that presidential award for accountability, transparency. And so when we start to punish corruption and reward integrity, that will be the simple reversal, and that's what our people are longing for, because innate in us, we hate corruption. Like, we are allergic to fraud.
Yeah. Okay. Mabia, any words on that?
Education. Education. We will have a steep cliff to go. We already know that. We've lived in a system of beggars. You beg the government, you beg your auntie, you beg your sister, help me, help me. We've lived in that system. So we will need to teach people. There is pride in taking care of this stuff. So much pride. So education.
Okay.
Public service.
And Reverend, do you agree with the two ladies on this, or there is still something?
Just to add to what our experts have said. You rightly said, I am the chairperson of the Education Board. The Ambazonian Education Board, following what Mabia said, education, we have developed a moral policy, a moral code a moral curriculum. Our schools will study morals. And when you talk of morals, you talk of anti-corruption, anti-bribery. So we have a moral curriculum that has been developed, waiting, already being dispensed in our community schools. And so we are rebuilding. And so the morals, and to add to woman of God, punishment, we have to punish. Like I said,
Right.
A judicial
You should
system,
never reward
accountable,
corruption.
a judicial system
Right.
which is independent.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And okay, so now a woman of God, see, because you guys are all in this field and this is what you get in the hospitals. So the policy proposes things like licensing, inspections, patients feedback mechanism, and all whatnot. But are these sufficient to guarantee accountability, or should stronger enforcement tools be considered? And what could be these tools that could be considered to make sure that we have a solid system that we can boast of and that we can stand anywhere and refer it to others?
Still, licensure body is already a law. When you break the law, you lost the license. And if you commit an act with that license, you will answer to the judicial. Some people even go to jail for malpractice, for deliberate malpractice, or some things that are out of proportion or fraudulent. You know, like people who fake license, you go to jail. Yeah, we are nice, loving people, but we are also firm in discipline. You know, at that time, when you're saying, pray for me, yeah, I'll be praying for you while you go to jail. Right. So it will not be like you just repented overnight. You violated the law. Go to jail. So there's going to be, every licensure body have rules and regulations that you follow. You can't break it. That's why you heard Mabia talk about continuing medical education, meaning that you have to keep up with it and show some CMEs that you have been practicing and practicing right for your license to be renewed. So it's not going to, it's going to be very easy for everybody who is really allergic to fraud.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mabia, woman of God. And this comes to you now, Mabia. You've mentioned a lot about preventive care measures and all that. So preventive care and public health education are emphasized as national priorities. So which of the preventive interventions should Ambazonia prioritize first? And why are these strategically important for a nation building?
Okay. If you look at ranking of countries who have the best health system, it always starts with prevention. Preventive medicine, they practice that a whole lot. Community service, they have community nurses. That will be part of a certification. You have community nurses that go into the community and talk to the people about how to prevent health and so. So part of my or the Ambazonia way that we're going to look at preventive service will start from the simple things that we do in our houses. And that's where you're also going to need community nurses. Holistic medicine is going to be part of our program of health, where people will be, you have educational services that will teach people on the foods that we need to eat. You know, I was doing taking my class in holistic medicine, and each of the things, the lady who was teaching, or the person who wrote the book that we were going through, was talking about how they went to Africa and sat with our traditional doctors to come up with this information. This is me in the Western world reading what is back at home, because we do not write books. Somebody goes and take it, come and write a book, and I buy the book. We will encourage that as a form of preventive medicine, prevention, nutrition, all those things that you need to do to prevent diseases. before you even step to the aspects, and this will be done through education by public health nurses, community health nurses, then before you even step to having dispensaries where you can go there with your little wounds and all of those things. And then immunization will be part of it. I am a strong supporter of vaccination. Vaccination took us away from polio. Vaccination took us away from measles. Vaccination took us away from many, many diseases. I know it is being demonized now, but people who can remember their history will remember that vaccination is a way of preventing diseases and will be encouraged to vaccinate your children.
There used to be a song about vaccination that we used to sing in primary school. I can't remember that song, but there was a song around that vaccination thing we used to sing in primary school. Okay, so woman of God, do you agree to what Mabia said, and do you have anything to chip in?
Yeah, I totally agree. And just like she mentioned, vaccination is important. But because we've had people who were not in healthcare taking into vaccine and, making things look somehow, a lot of people are being afraid of vaccine now. And in Ambazonia, we will regulate because we know that vaccines have saved people. And we will not just allow our people to the onslaught of globalists who just decide who gets what. But we will have regulated pharmaceutical systems. We will have a regulated preventive healthcare system where we know precisely that this vaccine that people are using is safe. So people understand that safe vaccine helps.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to ask this very last question to you three. And you can, if what you wanted to say, the other person has said it, you can just agree with them and we move forward. So as we've been discussing healthcare, and this is very important, and this is part and parcel of the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto. But if healthcare is truly a pillar of Ambazonia statehood, what single decision or principle must the future leaders get right from the beginning to ensure long-term access to healthcare? Any one of you can start. Reverend.
Yeah, so thank you so much, PS. Thank you for our viewers for tuning in. We are on the topic, universal healthcare for Ambazonia. And like Mabia said earlier, it all boils down to the Constitution. The Constitution has to be very firm on the kind of, healthcare system that we're going to do. We're going to give our people. And to add to what preventive medicines, we're saying we will encourage research. Research will be prioritized, where we will encourage people, the government will cough out good money to researchers who go out there. And why, if other countries can make vaccine, one of our professors was killed because he was strong in the Cameroons there. Professor Nomango was killed because he was using for HIV. And so we will not encourage that. We will promote research. Why should Ambazonia not come up with a vaccine for HIV or for any other that is among our population? And so we will encourage research as part of our health policy in Ambazonia. Okay. So we need a strong constitution from the word go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Mabia, same question, please.
So I'll just read something I wrote here.
Okay.
The Ambazonia we have will have to recognize that healthcare is seen as a human right.
Right.
Not charity. Because denying it undermines inherent human worth. and ability to live fully, creating profound societal inequalities and suffering. When you recognize that simple principle, you will understand why we need universal health. A society with sick people builds a poor economy and a poor country. A society with healthy people builds a healthy economy and a healthy country. That's the conclusion.
Thank you very much, Mabia. But that sounded like your conclusion, which I'm still to come to it anyways.
Yeah. Now, let me give a contribution on this part. Like, how do we make this happen? Everything happens depending on the blueprint, and that is why when I went through the Independent Manifesto for Ambazonia, I leaped for joy, and I'm like, this is very visionary, because it is like the foundation, it's like the blueprint. Like, when you have a GPS, you're very sure you will not lose the way. When you have a roadmap, you're very sure you will not miss out. When you have a blueprint, you're very sure that what you're building is the house you want. So we have the Ambazonia Independence Manifesto is a blueprint, and we will build on this Independence Manifesto. And I'm very confident that nothing will go wrong. And so, coming to that, health is wealth. And one of the things that I know that we lack, that has to be inculcated in the Ambazonia spirit, in the Ambazonia community, is restoring back team spirit. We had it before the Biam slum came on us. And that will start right from our schools, because team, TEAM, simply means together everyone accomplishes more. Where we don't have a striving society, we have a people that come together like we used to come together back in the 80s for Clean Up Campaign Day, and we did not know what malaria was. But just because people are now on power, malaria is almost finishing people, and all that they did was teach us the life cycle of malaria. But they will never teach you how to develop a mosquito repellent or something that can stop it at the larva form. No, they just make us learn that kind of thing, But I think that with this, we have a blueprint.
Okay, thank you very much, woman of God.
That all that trash we're throwing is also creating malaria. So we throw the trash, mosquitoes grow on it, then we spend the same money to treat ourselves. So they didn't even teach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's been a very insightful conversation, and I'm just going to give you all 1 minute. Please don't go above 1 minute to give me your conclusive statement on what we've covered here today, and we will call it a day. And please keep your phones available and your doors open each time. Maybe if I knock again, kindly show up. Who want to go first? Man of God, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, thank you. It has been a very interactive and very beautiful program. I just want to seize this opportunity to tell the people why we are here. We are here, like Woman of God said, because of the Ambazonian Independence Manifesto launch, which is coming up on the 11th of February, 2026. A day which we looked and murmured and mourned and look at the pain that we had. This day, 11th of February, 2026, we'll be looking forward to this nation that we have been discussing. We'll be looking forward to that day that we will have a great healthcare system. I encourage our people to read the manifesto. Apply for your copy, read the copy. We are still to get, we are building the platform on which the Ambazonia Manifesto is going to be hosted. Get your copy, read it like Woman of God. It is a Bible. It is the Bible of our revolution, because it captures who we are, what we have suffered, who we are, what we are going through, the rights that we have, and then the future, the Ambazonia that we dream of. in all aspects of right, military,
Okay,
communication,
thank you very much.
all aspects. We will
Draw it
come
there.
to you Ambazonian people with all of these aspects that are contained in the Ambazonia
These
Manifesto.
men of God are
Thank you
women
so
of God.
much
They
for
don't
watching.
know how to toast to 1 minute. Thank you very much.
God
Man
bless
of
you.
God.
God bless you.
Bless you too,
You
sir.
know, I'm a
Mabia.
pastor, so I don't know how to
Yeah.
do 1 minute.
Yeah. Mabia, 1
Thank
minute,
you.
please.
These programs that we have talking about our manifesto is written for us to dream, for us to think about a country that we will have. This is to bring more people, read the manifesto, listen to what we're saying, and make your plans for Ambazonia. Help us to get there. Church alone won't do it. Prayers alone won't do it. It needs action. We need the people to listen to this, what we are saying, and say, this is what I want. And then put your foot into the liberation movement and let's get it done.
Thank you very much. Let's get it done. Woman of God.
Oh, thank you again for this opportunity. And as we wrap up the the talking about the segment of the Ambazonia Health Department of Health in the Independence Manifesto, I want all of us to understand that the Independence Manifesto embodies the whole picture of every department and that no department is left out. And this is the blueprint that we look up to. It can only get better. It cannot go below this standard because we believe in value, we believe in integrity, and we believe that we can thrive and that our young men and women can dream again, and that our old men or our advanced population or elderly population can still will not have wake up calls in the night season of their lives, that they will be able to turn and smile and say, yes, and your children shall be like the stars above.
Thank
And
you
so
very
we're going to
much.
shine
Just
bright
like
on the firmament of Africa.
just
Thank
like
you.
the Ambazonia anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I truly appreciate the value you've brought into this program. And I really hope that this will go far and wide for our people to listen to it and prepare themselves for the 11th of February as we come up to launch the Ambazonia Independence Manifesto. Okay, so studio, if you can kindly take my delectable panelists out, I will just conclude this and we'll call it a day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, fellow Ambalanders, thank you very much for staying with us this long. When duty calls, we answer. This is nation building. And so as we conclude this discussion, one point stands clearly. You and I will agree that healthcare in Ambazonia is not simply a policy choice. It is a test of our nationhood. So what we have explored today goes beyond system, it goes beyond budget, it goes beyond structure. It speaks to the kind of a social contract Ambazonia seeks to establish with its people. This is what we have talked about today. And if you didn't listen from the beginning, I implore you to go back and listen. And if you have questions and suggestions, and if you think there's something more you would wish our people to know, we also will invite you to come on board and speak to our people. A healthcare system that is universal, equitable, and accountable is not an act of generosity by the state. It is the fulfillment of its most basic responsibility. Like the one of the panelists kept hitting on it, he said, we must understand that healthcare is a human right. And this, once we acknowledge that it is a human right, then it makes it universal, and the state is obligated to meet up to its obligation. So, Ambazonia Independent Manifesto and the health policy set a high standard for every Ambazonia. They ask future leadership to govern with discipline, to plan beyond political circle, and to place human life at the center of national priorities. Meeting that standard will require more than a vision. It will require institutions that work, professionals who are supported, and citizens who are trusted, who are treated with dignity. We have also been reminded that post-conflict reconstruction is not only about rebuilding infrastructures, but about rebuilding trust. With so
in Ambazonia, where pain echoes strong, we rise up with a vision to belong. A healthcare system that's just and fair for every citizen, with love and care. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen, let's make it alive. From mountain high to valleys wide, we stand united, side by side. No more suffering, no more despair. AIM's got our back with healthcare that's fair. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen, let's make it alive. We have the right to life and liberty. Access to healthcare is our dignity. Let's claim it, let's make it real. Ambazonia's future is what we feel. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen, let's make it alive. Heal our land, heal our people too. Ambazonia's vision is calling me and you. Universal healthcare for all to thrive. Let's make it happen, let's make it alive.
Do you know that in 1961, Ambazonia was preparing for independence as a UN trust territory?
But the UN organized a referendum with only two choices. 1, join Nigeria. 2, join La République du Cameroon.
Independence was not an option. This violated UN Resolution 1514 on the right to self-determination, international law, and our fundamental human rights.
La République du Cameroon was already independent.
We were a separate territory with our own parliament in Buea, legal system which is common law,
and government officials, national identity.
People chose joining Cameroon only because independence wasn't offered. And they rejected marginalization under Nigeria. They were promised a federal system with autonomy. That federation never properly existed. Instead, La République du Cameroon moved troops in September 1961. Abolished the federation through fraud in 1972, imposed 65 years of occupation, oppression, and cultural genocide. We never consented to annexation. Our case for independence is not rebellion. It's restoration of our stolen rights. The truth cannot be buried forever. Justice delayed is not justice denied. Join us in the launch of the book, The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto, February 11, 8 p.m.
The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto.
Wenn de Shea Kavi Womelim Am Shati Wanso Adam Ngwilan Fena fo Shati Vasan Ikunsu Yeji Kinyokamoka Drak Lingling Kimokita Keke Wia fo Vasan Manzi Yakun Yayongaji Egg of Sea Akinyoka Jake Drayaji Auni Bomanik and San Kimoki Candy Forma Everson Wayen Kinsan Kesho Kidza Ayam Ikishike Kimbanki Young Yeji 11 of February. Avasin Young Yeji Vishi Nchomo on Ivam. Ingwewo Kifi Analan Wom Sunginvan, the Vishi Vitar Ingwewo Kifi Kinsankin Kidabanayim Ye Everson Ki Yeji Vasan Sayi Liwong Wosen Adishombi Adadreyelia. Yibe ya kenke sinke si ma jaftin wuri nang sin benji nyof tu fufu kiwa bonkiranja akiji before without fun alle ne mo wura mo on yivi nyovef yen yeji avsin sa yi kinyuke bensa eversen beef kisat arinke yelia anin kulebe nindiki chikenwa isangsho kidebe ya Ayon samo imam oshon kia din samo mo oseni yadu achia vya ye angaye aya ye yele aya ye yarka iwoni vosu yodu ya ye kinyoka moki woni ke yoda kese one kivashi kekembanki win for vasinji who discovered the sea road to India about ke for 10 wo wanjun shikara shoko vashi vosu ya ye woni adedriye awan kui imaisi langwa uyun laba fo ba la yo kunyere laba ba o laba mami if idu show idu kutran show do tongwan la show so vosin kefo enough to be nyofin aleji visa keben avec sa keben yi ya do adrelia akikun kesa mo wa pita vosin yatra yoro kinyuke ala do wa pita ani yatra kefo nembam sinibo doctor wa kayawo ai Lam wong of us and bomb to war. I know what Peter, but the Karake doctor, Jo careful Kayawo, Ileji, Sakoikawa, Ibawa Leji, the Baba Visa Debena, as I have for other Dreyelia. I will poor Peter, Bonga sheep, walk lay for Roshoi, Boke for Sankafakan Banki Young report, Boke for Sangwa. For Yongji, when yiji, Ibo Kaivan, Wadua Drie, Kayoshon do Nasho. I was in ye now your ye Wavakijung or ye Chief Kijung, Iguroshoy. Bob Senli won to Shoka Kensa. And I imam for Fensa, Kikun din samo, Eve Bangvesenia Kefuadra, Move Bangvesenia for a ye, Iverson. More we T-Rodra. We chat to Irania, Mami Irania ba, then Kidu Fiai. Adube ya kera wa vina. Alright, again, when I do rima, when Yankee Jonga you, Kiden, when Lord do, when crying you were before the Tinta Yeji loves you, Akirai, before the baby carry the son, you won't was in it when I with the service, I've a coidra. Amoke kefa de be have just nancing wongosen. Iwa do be have kikun kesa monta yad. Venta asayasa adrelia. Yo de gafake wilon in Leon, you won't draw ko in Tensingwa and de ko we con. Aye. Kio ya Jefferson wong. So what also it be a ta yeji with you is Ashia Kinyoke show. Before ACN TV wayadin, a YouTube channel version wayadin, SCBC yadin. Ayadra Kishika Banki Yongji 11 of February. We told them now with Fondra with them drum Yuringwa Ocean. And I be Nkaingwa Ocean Saji Bini River Sanlam Yeji Kilo Fur in Mafura Sangwa Van Benji. I've been in Biniranisa Ever Sanlam before Nta Yeji Lamto wada lam wo yafa I Ambazonia I ngwa wo kun wo yafa ilam so wada fo benji madra sansang yeji akifendrale bomdra wai basena kara kamoki der basen feye de shey kavi wo melim bawo Ambazonia feye bawo bui ber basen kwa shi je ngwa ocean asadabena widi sa yuri iyu benji iyu mauni savun isalayo momyeji kinyokin kimachecher efsin kerwongosen warfna sank fakasen illa movasen ken ayi vinyovasen evinyove gurovasen yongi Englishman yisho yod shong bevidani imbiva yaunde so wira yodan politically conscious no ay yongi basen de widia basen de j awayo wonversen funini ben support yauni bed basen feye.
Do you know that in 1961, Ambazonia was preparing for independence as a UN trust territory?
But the UN organized a referendum with only two choices. One, join Nigeria. Two, join La République du Cameroon.
Independence was not an option.
This violated UN Resolution 1514 on the right to self-determination, international law, and our fundamental human rights.
La République du Cameroon was already independent.
We were a separate territory with our own parliament in Buea, legal system which is common law,
and government officials, national identity.
People chose joining Cameroon only because independence wasn't offered.
And they rejected marginalization under Nigeria. They were promised a federal system with autonomy.
That federation never properly existed. Instead, La République du Cameroon moved troops in September 1961.
Abolished the federation through fraud in 1972, imposed 65 years of occupation, oppression, and cultural genocide.
We never consented to annexation.
Our case for independence is not rebellion.
It's restoration of our stolen rights. The truth cannot be buried forever. Justice delayed is not justice denied.
Join us in the launch of the book, The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto, February 11, 8 p.m.
The Ambazonia Independence Manifesto.
Ambazonia, special loyalty. Praise to our Savior who granted us the freedom. Allegiance to the hero who fought along we gather. Glory to glory, we rise and never to fall. Here in a nation, flowing with the holy. Glory, glory, glory to the Father for making you a nation, a joy forevermore. Ambazonia, land of freedom, you shall live in plenty, meeting our need, and your children shall be like the stars above. The Most High God being the watchman of this nation. Ambazonia, land of freedom, you shall live in plenty, meeting our need, and your children shall be like the stars above. The Most High God being the watchman of this nation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for joining us today in the studio. Welcome back to this very important and unique conversation with the leader of our War of Liberation. Today we are honored to have, sometimes we think that we already know him so much that we fail to introduce him properly. But I just want to be honored, give us the privilege to know who he is again. So we are honored to bring to you this unique and insightful individual, the one and only person who has stood strong, who has been steadfast, who has not blinked over the years. Movements have come and gone, leaders have come and gone, but he stands like a rock in the middle of the sea because he believes that
There is nothing that can pull him down. The only thing that will give him rest will be the liberation of Ambazonia. So in this exclusive one-on-one interview, we are going to deal with a lot of things. We will be discussing on the Public Order Act, the Resident Permit Act, the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, the Prohibition Order on the sale of land in Ambazonia, the Yellow Taxi Color, the Liberation Tax, strategic international collaboration with other countries, and many more. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am so delighted to bring to you the forerunner, the freedom fighter for Ambazonian freedom, Dr. Cho Lucas Ayaba, who has over the years dedicated his life, sacrificed his family, sacrificed everything to be sure that Ambazonia is liberated, and on a daily basis, he doesn't rest. As you can hear, even in his voice when he will be talking, you can see that he's so stressed up, but because he wants to see Ambazonia liberated, he is not giving up. So, Mr. President, thank you very much for joining me this afternoon, this evening, this morning to speak to your people.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, PS, for all the accolades and for the warm welcome. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Mr. President. If we want to welcome you on a daily basis, we will never lack words to welcome you with, because your daily sacrifices are enough to be up words to describe who you are. You've never blinked, and you've encouraged many of us to stand strong, and we are happy that you're pulling us along. And at the end of this journey, we will all sit down one day and say, we did it. And this is the journey that we took. These are the parts that we actually took during this liberation struggle. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again. And I said we have so much to cover, but we will cover it in a chronological order. Well, some we might go out and come back in, but I would like us to start with the independence, the Ambazonia Independent Manifesto, the executive order on the sale of land in Ambazonia, the residency permit, the Public Order Act, the Liberation Tax, the Yellow Taxi Color in Ambazonia, and of course, internationalization and the way forward for the Ambazonian liberation. Before I go into the questions on all of these topics that I have mentioned, Mr. President, I first of all want us to have a little conversation on what you've been doing in the past years. I remember that last year you took it upon yourself. I said in my introduction that leaders have come and left, movements have come and gone, but you are like a rock in the middle of the sea that is not moving. And you, you have been so consistent that you've shocked the minds of everybody. You've shocked the minds of Ambazonians. Even the international community is confused. You know, when they said before that there are 2 chips of sugar that are dropped in the basin and that will be melting soon, and you said, die, we die here, I'm going nowhere, you're not melting. You said, Chang, I am going nowhere, and you've been there. The water has dried up, the added water is coming, is dried up, but you sit there and you're staring at them. And so, Mr. President, I remember last year, you took it upon yourself to speak to Ambazonians state by state. You went into their cultures, you brought out the beauty of that culture, that state, the resources that those states they have, what the elite of those states, the history of those states, the fighters that were in that state. You brought out so many things to sell the Ambazonian culture to the people who did not even know about their own cultures. Yes. And you took your time such that we all got educated via this state-by-state address, because the things you brought out during that time, none of us, you know, of course, you know, our history has been distorted over the years, but you brought us the raw and undiluted history of these respective states. So what I'm asking, you also have taken up again the initiative of trying to do daily briefings to Ambazonian. Despite the many outings you make, you take it on yourself to do daily briefings to Ambazonian. What is this thing, Mr. President? I know Ambazonia. Where is this strength and motivation coming from? Is it that you, I don't know, please talk to us, sir. The people are so anxious to hear you talk. What is it, Mr. President?
It's one of the most difficult questions I've ever been asked. I don't know. I am just, what should I say? I'm just dedicated to things I believe in. Right. And that holds true to my life, to my friendship. And I hold long-term friendship. So when I believe in something and I try to find out fundamental facts about those things. And when I'm committed to altering, especially people's lives, I do so. I walk on the street and I find beggars. I just feel like I start judging myself. Why am I better off? And so I believe the Ambazonian people have been deceived. They have been traumatized. The deceit is so monumental. And the arrogance of the enemy is palpable. And so sometimes you simply have to take the bully in the neighborhood and call their bluff. When it came to the things you've outlined, and I think you stopped me from doing daily, as the name goes, daily briefing. You advised that I should give some days, and that's why people don't get me on a daily basis. And I think you were right. You come to realize that we are the strategy of the enemy has been to look at Fako and Dian and say, well, this is where the resources are concentrated, because the enemy has gone along the kind of colonial lines of argument, thinking that the resources of today is only in oil. And they use these tactics of deception to fuel an anti-state kind of agenda from the states that believe they have wealth. States that are projected as wealthy become somehow entitled and believe in the propaganda of the enemy. So I wanted to make other states to say, no, we aren't broke, that we are equally rich. And that would inspire them not only to stand for their state, but it will create some sense of respect for themselves with respect to the other states. For me, it was also a learning journey. I'm fighting, I'm leading, but I read on a daily basis to know my country, to understand the cultures of others, to use that knowledge to overcome certain barriers, certain, I think you are aware that different nationalisms within Ambazonia have been denigrated. If you came from Pinin, you were denigrated. You came from Bafut, you were called Seven Kata. It was a denigration, instead of seeing that connotation as a name or connotation of power and empowerment. If you came from Kwakwa, you were given certain names. I just wanted to educate Ambazonians to believe in themselves, to embrace their culture, and that embrace will begin their own personal liberation from the deception of the enemy.
Okay. And to be honest, you did a great job, and Ambazonians really appreciated you for what you did, because most people, even people from Bafut, most of them didn't even understand the cultural values, the Bafut tradition itself, the history of Bafut and what Bafut did during the colonial time.
Exactly.
And so you brought up, you gave us that undiluted education, but still, despite these sacrifices that you're making, Mr. President, we still had people on the social media saying, "Oh, you're doing all of these daily briefings, or you were trying to
speak to the people in their local dialect? Because I remember you could greet people in, I mean, you could say 1 or 2 words in all of these local dialect of these states. And people, instead of appreciating this sacrifice, this enormous sacrifice, because others are sleeping, having their daily lives going on, but you are in the studio studying, reading the history of Ambazonia, educating our people. But they come up to say you're trying to posture yourself to gain the people's law and try to project yourself. You're just trying to gain sympathy for people to like you, to become the leader of the Ambazonian liberation. What do you have to say to these people? Because it's still mind-blowing for people to even still think like that in this day and age during this revolution.
No, it's normal, and you should pray for them. Trust me. They need your sympathy rather than your rebuke. What I've realized in the notion of servitude and even imprisonment, you become accustomed to the narrative that the enemy, or the price tag that the enemy has placed on your head, and it becomes very difficult for you to break away from that narrative because you've adjusted yourself to it. And sometimes those who rise up and gain knowledge or have access to knowledge and are able to educate to ensure liberation are seen as attempting to stir the enemy for more repression. I remember when I was in Boya, some students thought, I was creating the condition for more repression. And what if the regime gets angry and multiplies the fees instead by 20? I remember in Victoria when we were fighting against the government delegates. One time in Cassava Farm, we were, tossing stones at the helicopters, and entire neighborhoods were like, get the hell out of here. You are inviting the helicopter gunships to kill us. So it's a normal mindset of a people who have been oppressed. Knowledge is liberating, and sometimes they are afraid because the status quo is known, is comforting, is predictable. And acquiring knowledge, knowing that you aren't a slave, some people don't like that. As far as posturing, there is nothing to posture for, as you've indicated. I barely sleep. This is war. Meetings upon meetings, 10, 15, 20 from midnight, every time. And you have to be awake. You have to monitor the forces. You have to understand the enemy. There is no pay, and you lose money on a daily basis. Nobody postures for this kind of, this kind of an endeavor. As far as to be loved, I think Ambazonians love me. Ambazonians believe in me. Ambazonians like what I'm doing. They have been manipulated. They have been hijacked. They have been attacked. And I think I do it from an altruistic perspective. I don't expect anything. I don't want to become anything. I just, like every Ambazonian, want to be free. And that's what we all should be focused in getting.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Like you said, Ambazonians love you, and Ambazonians are so grateful to have a leader like yourself, because you bring yourself to that level where an ordinary Ambazonian will pick up their phone and call you and complain to you about certain things happening in their own private lives. And you are there patiently enough listening and then providing solution. And that is something that most leaders do not have. We've seen people come up and so arrogant in a way that even their own close executives cannot speak to them freely. But in the Ambazonian Governing Council, where you are the leader, where you are the president, and also the leader of our liberation, you've given us the freedom to be able to express ourselves, especially somebody like me, Mr. President.
So, you know thyself.
You've given us that freedom. You are not the kind of leader who comes and say, oh, it is A and it stays A. You have a team in the A GovC that say, oh no, Mr. President, this is not the Ambazonia we want to be. I like the fact they'll always remind you that no, we are coming from this system, we will not go back into this system. And this is what we are looking for in a leader that listens to his people, a leader that understand the pain of the people and provide solution to those the challenges that the people are having. And we are so grateful to have you. Those who think that
you are not the leader for Ambazonia. I feel sorry for them because by all means, they're just looking for ways to come back.
No, those people,
our arms are open.
Those people pray. Those people pray for me more than you think. I'm telling you, we were making the joke the other day, when just like a joke somebody said Chris Anu had that I'm dead, and he said, "Oh my God, we are finished." You know, so recall when the news came out that I've been arrested. The first person who called me was Compassion. He called and he was panicking. So they love me. They don't, you see, they don't simply understand how they can accept that one of theirs, you know, could be so dedicated for altruistic purposes. And I think on a daily basis, our work, our dedication and continuous progress that we'll make will open most of their eyes.
Thank you very much. And you are totally correct. Like Don Pacho being the first person to call you and shouting, "Oh, I hope you're doing okay. Chris Anu, like we are finished." That is to tell you, these are the same people who ban you, who exiled you from your own land. So we are grateful, Mr. President, for what you're doing. So I just wanted you to know that we truly love and appreciate you. If we don't say these things to you sometime in our own groups, I want to say it on air so that it should go down in record. Let Ambazonians know that, let Ambazonians be proud to have a leader like you, the one that has stood with them through thick and thin. And you have promised them freedom, and I know for a fact that freedom you will give to them. So thank you very much, Mr. President. And okay, let's get down to other matters. So, Mr. President, we have been looking at, like I said, we'll start off with the Ambazonia Independence Manifesto. But I wanted to read out something in the manifesto before I come into some questions for you, Mr. President. Because when I went through this manifesto, it is so rich. I was just reading and smiling. I'm like, oh my God, Ambazonia got it all. AGOVC, they have it all within the organization to pull all of this. But what I wanted to just pick out is the beauty of the manifesto, the project in itself. Like I always hear Eduk Sek who said, this is the sovereign project for Ambazonia. And when you read this, you can truly say for a fact that it is indeed a sovereign project. So here it says that the manifesto is divided into 3 parts, and I love the way it's covered. So I'll just read it for the audience to just have a brief understanding of what this manifesto is about before I come into asking you questions for more clarity, Mr. President. So it says, it is divided in 3 parts. So, but what does it say? It says what we have suffered. He said in this section, this section would detail various forms of oppression, injustices inflicted upon the Ambazonian people by La République du Cameroon. It highlights the illegal occupation, the political subjugation, economic exploitation, cultural assimilation, and human rights violations perpetrated against Ambazonia. Then the historical context provided underscores the legitimacy of Ambazonian struggle for independence. And it goes further to say our right to life, liberty, and happiness. In this section asserts the inherent right of Ambazonian people to freedom, sovereignty, self-governance, and it invokes international law and resolutions such as the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1514, which affirms the right of all people to self-determination. The declaration emphasizes that Ambazonian people have a natural and inalienable right to establish their sovereign state free from occupation and tyranny of La République du Cameroon. And so what is our vision? It says, finally, the section outlines the founding principles and vision for an independent Ambazonia. It details the purpose, system of governance based on democratic traditionalism, republicanism, distributive federalism, and national unity. The manifesto envisioned the society founded on the pillar of freedom, the rule of law, peace, and the just common good. This is beautiful. And this is just part of, this is how beautiful this has been structured, Mr. President. So before I come to ask you questions on this, what do you have to say in general terms about this manifesto before I pick out specific questions to ask you on this issue of the Independent Manifesto, Mr. President?
First, what is a manifesto? It's very important for people to understand what a manifesto is. And, you know, we've been fighting this struggle. People have been making several arguments. The strategies we've been putting in place, the declarations we have been making, people have somehow believed they were conjectures or they were simply being conjured. They were rooted in historical facts. They were rooted in a vision. So we've captured all of these declarations, statements of facts, practices, customs, and we've put them in what I call the declaration of principles or the aims that underscore the reason for which we fight. Right. And as you've laid out, that is in 3 sections. It's very important. The struggle has been based simply on section 1, what we fight against. And so in building this manifesto, we simply want to take the people beyond what you fight against to start understanding what you are gaining, what you are going to gain if you succeed in this war. The long-term sustainability of our resistance will not be based on what we are against, but it will be based on what we stand for. And there is a particular part of the manifesto which is very important. I think you've just read part of it, which is the foundational principles. Yeah. Yes. So our manifesto is our journey from oppression to freedom and the tools we will need to navigate that journey. And if our people understand it, our commitment to our struggle is not going to be based on my attitude. It's not going to be based on my position. It's going to be based on our common understanding of our past and a common belief in our future.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You've literally captured almost all the questions I'd hoped to ask, but I will stay in for the purpose of clarity so that some people who maybe didn't catch the start of your explanation can really have a detailed understanding on this. So I know you've said that this is how Ambazonia we hope to govern Ambazonia as it has been spelled out in the manifesto. But then, what inspired the creation of this independent manifesto? And these key principles and their key principles and objectives, what actually brought the inspiration? Is it what La Republique has done to us? Is it after studying governance of different countries? Or is it just the dream Ambazonia that you have always hoped for? And so what was really the inspiration behind this, its key principles and objectives, Mr. President?
All of the things that you have just said. All of the things. There is an assumption, a reductionist assumption, that situates Ambazonian opposition to injustice and oppression to the last 60 years. And that reductionist assumption undermines what I have stated in the past few weeks of Ambazonian resistance to oppression and injustice more than 100 years ago. And I have argued that our struggle in the last 7 years is just a phase or a reflection of our resistance in the past 123 years under different foreign dominions. So our struggle is not simply about an opposition to Cameroon, hate for Cameroon. It's a reflection of our fundamental opposition to foreign rule, foreign domination, and deprivation. That's number one. The second issue is the Ambazonian in the last 120 years has practiced traditional democratic principles. We have lived in a globalized world where we have strengthened the local in order to compete within the global. And that has been exemplified by the Kuva-Lekenyes, the Abombis, the Asonganyis, and other traditional setups that have resisted foreign domination and have shown us how to govern societies based on customs and practices. Right. So there is a corpus of principles and norms and values that we can tap from to understand the Ambazonian democratic space. And if that is not enough, most of those things were captured from the 50s in our practice in democracy, being the first country in the continent of Africa that conducted a free and fair election, a sitting government relinquishing power to the opposition, and a constitution that defined the different functions of the state and was able to define the limits of power of the different components within that the state apparatus. Even the way we've conducted ourselves in the past 7 years of brutality and genocide, right, we have shown ourselves to be a people who are tolerant, who are compromising, and who are able to share despite the narrative that has been constructed to show that the Ambazonian is intolerant, is a kidnapper for ransom, is an abuser, cannot make compromises. So the building of this manifesto is a reflection of the reality of our lives as Ambazonians, but also of the practices that has journeyed with us from the time of our conception, even in under traditional authorities. And lastly, yes, it's also important for you to, and you are somebody who is you're talking a lot now about Pan-Africanism. It is important we understand the reason why the continent has moved from a state of near political independence and maybe some level of economic independence to a system of total reincorporation into a system of foreign domination by Western colonial powers. Right. It is because we failed woefully in exercise in preserving, what were part of our governing structures, and either expand, innovate, or create structures that coexist as we did with the House of Chiefs to govern our spaces. We holistically incorporated within our own traditional societies Western doctrines, Western norms and values. We eliminated our languages that informs our mode of communication, that defines the way we deal with conflict, that defines the way we deal with compromises. We eliminated them and adopted everything that can be overthrown. If you look at Iran, it is difficult to overthrow Iran because you have to replicate the kind of government that is in Iran. Exactly. You cannot overthrow the government of the United Kingdom because the authority of the prime minister must be gotten from the queen or the queen. Yeah. That is an inherently United Kingdom structure of governance. The Ambazonian system of governance, the South African, all of these things are Western, and they can be overthrown with a twinkle of an eye. So our manifesto does not holistically try to buy into the kind of Western narrative and Western construct of how society should be built. It factors in our own realities politically because it will be relevant in developing social and economic policies.
Okay. Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for throwing so much light on that. And like you said, this is our own reality and structure in a way that, like you cited, that of the United Kingdom and that of Iran. And even at this, we live in a world where we think that the international community or international law must definitely be applied in everything that we do within our own direct jurisdiction, and also human rights law. So, Mr. President, how does this Ambazonia Manifesto or the Independent Manifesto address the issues of, specific human rights issues and social development within Ambazonia? based on international principles, in alignment with international law and principles?
If you look at the Public Order Act, it is built as the foundational principles upon which every other law, every other issue can be derived from, since we do not have an existing functional constitution. And in developing the body of principles or rules, we tap into international humanitarian law that exists in times of conflict. So that's number one. So domestic laws, and they do not exist in a vacuum. They do not exist in isolation to international rules, because international rules is also derived from domestic practices. That's number one. Number two, international law has its place. It has its place. International law, for it to be invoked within Ambazonia, we have to become part of that particular treaty. It has to be incorporated within the Ambazonian constitution so that it can be invoked and implemented domestically. And there are areas where we're going to derogate. There are areas where we'll put reservations. So every international law, whether they are international human rights law or international humanitarian law, that we will adopt will be integrated within the Ambazonian constitutional order. And it will be adapted in a way that it can be invoked and not to be in conflict with our own practices. So there are certain international laws that supersede a kind of domestic laws. You choose Kogan's principles, laws with preemptive statutes, like you shall not torture, and that's an international law principle that cuts across time and space. And so you cannot invoke any domestic law to supersede that kind of international practice. And you can be arrested anywhere and tried. So we subscribe to that because the respect for human dignity will be part and parcel of the Ambazonian constitution. So there will be no conflict. There will be virtually no conflict because Ambazonia will make sure that our domestic institutions, our domestic practices, our domestic norms and values are a reflection of global principles. There are others that will be implemented in a different way.
Right.
Yes, there are things that our society, even like in Western societies, not every Western society has adopted same-sex marriage. It is not seen as kind of an international principle that must be. There are other societies that have ratified international treaties, but have not incorporated those or ratified them within their own domestic jurisdiction. So there will be what I call kind of a progressive adaptation as we move forward. But Ambazonian values, customs, and norms, which have been based on compromise, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence, is going to supersede everything that we do.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President, for that clarity. It's very important that when we bring you on board like this, you give this succinct clarity to our people, because people are so confused. The social media has confused a lot of people. And when they hear directly from you like this, their minds are put at ease. So I appreciate you for that very detailed answer. And again, looking at the authority of implementation of this independent manifesto, Mr. President, what is the authority, or who is the authority in charge of the implementation of this manifesto, and how does this the existing authority intend to work with other communities to make sure that this is effectively implemented within Ambazonia and its respective institutions?
This and I want to give this clarity so we do not confuse issues.
Right.
This is the vision we have for our country, right?
Right.
So this is different, for example, from the AGOVC Charter, whose authority of implementation is the executive of the Ambazonian Governing Council, a subsidiary executive under that. At the moment, this is just a vision. And so the Ambazonian state will be structured in a way. Let's say AGovC is going to lead us into freedom. And we are going to negotiate with other movements to build a transition. We will present our vision to the transitional authority within which we will also function. And surely, because this has been a well thought out manifesto to be adopted as governing principles. So if we we talk in part 3 about, I think you read that there, it's
the vision,
democratic traditionalism,
yeah,
and distributive federalism.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take distributive federalism, that power will be distributed between the federal structure and the state organs. And so the authority of implementation will be at both the federal and the state level. And beyond the state level, we are going to have other local authorities that will be implementing different aspects of this vision that will be reflected within the constitution and practices and policies of any government that will be in Boya. So you have, if Ambazonia becomes a parliamentary democracy, you have the head of government, who is the prime minister, being the sole instrument of policy implementation and formulation as the chief executive officer. You also have maybe the president, who is simply the custodian of Ambazonian nationalism reflected in the Ambazonian constitution, who has limited powers maybe to give assent to the prime minister or to oversee certain aspects that will be defined in the constitution. And then you may have the state parliaments that will be legislating to make laws for the particular state. So there will be different centers of implementation of any vision, body of laws that will become the final document that will be accepted by the Ambazonian people. But this is the roadmap. This is the vision that lays the foundation in this period of resistance to give Ambazonians an understanding of what they fight against and what they are fighting for.
Perfect. That is beautiful. Thank you very much. And like you said, this is the roadmap. And I'm sure Ambazonians will also be curious to just know how this independent manifesto intends to address transitional justice and reconciliation in Ambazonia after our liberation. Do we even talk about reconciliation? What is this going to do, the manifesto? How do you think it will address this issue post-independence, Mr. President?
I have talked about the Ambazonian value system. And if you look in part 3 of this document, it talks about, it captures the Ambazonian value system. And a system of justice, whether it's retributive or restorative or reconciliation, is reflected in part 3. And they are not conflictual. I'll give you an example. Take the case of Rwanda. Rwanda instituted both restorative and retributive justice. You discover that there were people who had committed certain levels of crimes. They were taken to court. They were tried according to the penal code. They were sentenced to prison terms. There were others that had committed a minimum level of crime, and they were taken within kind of traditional systems of adjudication that is based on confession and forgiveness. Now, how does this manifesto give rise to that corpus of laws and principles that would oversee such systems of reconciliation and justice and accountability? The basic foundational principles are captured in the manifesto. So if we talk about respect for human dignity, if we talk about forgiveness, if we talk about different kinds of principles, and we are developing laws to deal with retributive justice or restorative justice, it must be a reflection of the foundational principles of our country. So you ask if there will be reconciliation. There will be reconciliation. Reconciliation will be part of the things that we will do amongst ourselves, you know, but there will also be accountability in terms of retributive justice. And that's part of reconciliation. If I, Dr. Cho Ayaba, have committed some crimes and retributive justice takes its course, and I am sentenced to say 5 years in jail, I accept that sentence. I take responsibility for the crime. And in that, I give solace to the family that has been victimized. That's part of reconciliation. I serve my time. They feel like there is closure. If the others who accept certain crimes that they have committed, they ask for forgiveness, You can go into restorative justice. We are going to have some that definitely will face the death penalty. That is also part of accountability and reconciliation. All of these things, we have not only studied them, and you've studied them too. You're a scholar in human rights law. We will be able to use a manifesto like this to design a system of justice that is a reflection of our own society, and that is also takes into account the failures of systems of justices that eliminate retribution, like the South African system, where you start having street killings, xenophobia, corruption at a certain level. We are going to factor in the Nuremberg trial that held perpetrators of genocide between 1939 to 1945 to account. We are going to look at the kind of system of justice that existed in Rwanda that captured both the Gacaca and the ICTR system in Arusha. We are going to look at different systems and build a uniquely Ambazonian type that satisfies our society. This is the principal document that lays the foundation for that kind of thought processes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And like I said, I will keep thanking you, because when we have you here, we are here to have clarity and educate the people more. And you're very good at giving a detailed explanation to things and educating our people on issues that they are unaware of. And we learn from you every day. Sitting right here, as I'm talking to you, I'm also taking note. I'm also watching some people on the comment section saying we are taking notes, which means that if a conversation or a discussion is not that important, nobody will pick up their pen and paper to put down note. So thank you very much on that. And like I said, this Ambazonian Governing Council has been the brain of developing most of these things. And we've seen how the Department of Law and Justice work on a daily basis tirelessly to produce these very important legal documents that will now be used in post-Ambazonia, during the liberation struggle and in post-Ambazonia. So we truly appreciate all of this department and your leadership, because if you were not a good leader, these people will not sacrifice their time and their knowledge to see that Ambazonia is liberated. And because you have given us so much details on the manifesto, but I just wanted to ask, is this open to the public for people who are interested to want to read about the manifesto, the independent manifesto? Is this something that will be shared to the general public? The international community can easily access this, and how can we actually have this? I know I should be answering that question, but I will still put it up to you, Mr. President, since you're here.
Yes, thanks, PS. I'm glad we are having this conversation, because we have this conversation in the background. And as you've talked about my leadership, there are certain things that we all have to agree on how it's going to happen. I might give my own idea, and you people don't like it. It's not going to work. So one of my own suggestion would have been that we get Ambazonians to look at it and maybe make their own comments. We could factor in those comments in an addendum that is attached to the manifesto, so that as we move forward, it's adapted to reflect the collective mindset of the Ambazonian people. But we should roll out this manifesto. We are going to make it in form of brochures and a book, not only for the consumption of the Ambazonian, but the international community has had a perception about the Ambazonian which is diminutive, not only in the last 7 years, but in the last 61 years, and also of the African. The manifesto changes that completely. It gives them an understanding of what these people are fighting for. It gives them an understanding that they can become stakeholders in the outcome of our freedom. They can compare what we stand for and what the enemy that we are fighting against stands for. They can look at this body of work and say, our fear that Ambazonia will become a failure, post-conflict instability, is not reflected in the work that is in the manifesto. So I think in the next few weeks, we should conclude within the Ambazonian Governing Council with our allies on how these things should be rolled out. The other part, which was, I think, suggested by the OGC, I think you are aware in the leadership, was that we record this in kind of an audio book form. Because it's easy form. We're all tired, right? I don't know how much you still read. So
that's very true.
Yes. So we can record part one in an audio book form, and we can share, put it on our website. It can be shared. Record part two. So let's have that conversation.
Which is a beautiful idea, Mr. President.
Yeah.
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 It's a beautiful idea, because while you're driving to drop a kid in school or pick up a kid, or you're going traveling, for people drive in America for 5 hours to attend an event or do things. During those 5 hours, you're developing your mind, you're building yourself with the history of Ambazonia, what is there for Ambazonia, and you're educating yourself so that when you sit out there, people are talking, you know exactly when you're talking from a place of knowledge and a place of authority to people. I think it's a brilliant idea, and like you said, and this is the beauty about your leadership, because you give room for all of these suggestions to come up, and then we deliberate on them and we come up with a solution. And whatever solution we've always come up with, it has always been for nothing but for the greater good of Ambazonia, never the Ambazonian Governing Council or the leader or you as the president. It has always been for Ambazonia, and we truly love and appreciate you for that openness and the ability for people to function properly, not feel intimidated to function. And so moving forward, Mr. President, I said we're going to take on the next hot topic on the agenda, which is...
Would you just mind, let me have 1 minute to summarize on the manifesto, because I took down some notes, and I think you started it clearly well. Let me just say a few words so people can have a bigger understanding.
Right.
You captured the first part. Right. The first part of the manifesto is very important. You know, it's what we have suffered, because sometimes it becomes the basis for the right to external self-determination. When a government is instituted and cannot protect the right of a people, those people have a right to self-determination. So what have we suffered? It talks about matters of political status, the dismantling of our political institutions, the abuse of our independence, of our institutions and things like that. Matters of law and justice. It dismantled our own laws, our practices, our norms, and those things are important for peaceful coexistence of people and determining the extent to which structures can govern. Matters of our economy. Yeah. The economic institutions are the foundation for the creation of world, peace, stability, growth, and stuff. La Republique totally destroyed everything to make us dependent. Matters of education, social and cultural rights, those things are critical in knowing ourselves and believing in ourselves, working for ourselves and our community. Those are the things that will suffer. Part two, our right to sovereignty, life, liberty, prosperity, and happiness. Right. You know, to be a state, you must have, there are two basically kind of stuff. You have to have a people, and then you have a territory, and that territory must have international borders. It basically reflects all of these things. It talks about the Ambazonian territory, the borders, 1913 Anglo-German treaty. It talks about the 1919 Milna agreement, and it also reflects what are the body of laws that, you know, give us our right to existence as independent state. You read in your resolution 1514 paragraph 15, yes, of 1960. All peoples have a right to existence and to self-determination. That's also reflected in the Article 1 of the ICPRC, in the International Covenant on Economic and Social Rights. It reflected also in the Charter of the United Nations, reflected in Article 20, paragraph 1 to 4 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Article 4 of the African Union Constitutive Act, and also, more importantly, the right of our people. If you look at communication 266/209, /003/209, that declared that we are a people, it also captures the injustices and the part of the things that this manifesto has reflected. And then the last part, which is very important, the foundation and principles. We talk about democratic traditionalism, distributive federalism. It lays clearly the kind of educational system, social justice. It talks about a lot, the kinds of things that we will be proud of, that you can vote, your dignity can be respected, your right to life, liberty, security, to be treated as an equal. And these are the things that we fight and die for. And I really encourage everyone, if you can't read it, we will read it for you and you will be able to listen.
Listen, perfect. I like that. I like that conclusion, Mr. President. If you can read it, we will read it for you to listen. By all means, you will listen. So thank you very much, Mr. President. And I think, like you said, in the coming weeks, there will be final conclusions on this, and we will decide where to have this published, whether on the website or call on Ambazonians to put in their own thoughts, and then we put it as an addendum. And whatever we decide in the coming week, Ambazonians, one thing you can be rest assured of is that you will have this at your disposal, because it is this important to all of us. So that said, Mr. President, I'm going back into the executive order on the land sales in Ambazonia. Mr. President, Ambazonia